And once again, Sam, this match is coming down to the wire between these two teams. 19-18.
A little too big of a swing there by Chris, but great setup though.
Bit of an errant ball from Matt there. Looks like Flint's gonna elect to take a timeout here.
Yeah, smart timeout there, 21-19. Give Flint Tropics.
Agreed.
A little bit of a reset there, and I think, what do you see happening here from Ann Arbor Arctics, Connor? Because if I see it, I feel after the timeout, the Ann Arbor Arctics is going to come in hot. They're going to drive that ball. They're going to go. What are your thoughts there? What do you think is going to happen?
I think if you're Ann Arbor, you definitely want to stick with that philosophy. You want to be driving this ball, ideally to the middle of the court, and having whichever partner go after it in the middle. If you're the Tropics, I would be trying to put this ball into the middle of the court, maybe cause some confusion, and just have your hands ready for that volley that's going to be coming through, because I think Ann Arbor is going to be firing here to try to tie this matchup 1-1.
Let's see. Big serve coming. And that was a little expected there too, Connor, because Ian wanted to keep that drive low. That was the intention, and I'm pretty sure that's why that missed.
Wow. Thought that ball might have gone out off of Mariano's paddle, but he speeds up and Matt's ready for it in the middle. Tropics with a match point here.
Connor, what we have seen tonight, that was a match again.
What a match. That one flies out. All out aggression from the Tropics, and they get rewarded with it. Chris fired up, captain of the Tropics. Puts their team up.
Look at him go right now. That guy is fired up. There is no stopping Chris right now.
Yep, you gotta love to see that. Well, the Tropics go up 2-0 here in this match. A great men's doubles performance from these guys. Back and forth scoring all the way through. Another tight match in between those two teams. Ann Arbor won the toss and elected to react to mixed. So the Tropics are going to make a decision here to put out their mixed lineup, and Ann Arbor will get the advantage of reacting to those teams. It'll be interesting to see who these teams put out.
Yeah, what are you thinking here? So, given from what we know in the past week, so if it's Chris and Chantal, and then Matt and Molly, who are you bringing up against who? So, if you're in Arbor, who are you sending your mixed against Chris and Chantal?
If I'm Ann Arbor, I think I would send.
Maybe Paul Madden.
I think I would send Ian and Chantal against Chris and Shannon if I'm Ann Arbor. Looks like they might be sending out Ian and Renee here. Probably some more experience playing together, but looks like it'll be a Chris and Shannon against Ian and Renee.
All right, so it's going to be a good match again. Ian's going to have to bring everything on the floor here to bring his team back into the game and narrow down that lead from 0-2 to 1-2. So Ian and Renee have a big task to do.
All right, Sam, we're going to bring in Matt Krakowski into the booth, one of the men's doubles players from the Flint Tropics. Matt, welcome in.
Man, what a game there. What a win and what a game. How
Thank
are you
you.
feeling right now?
Tired. Yeah, no, it was a great game. I felt pretty bad at 19-all, missing an easy ball wide, and I'm just glad that Chris stuck with it and we found a way to finish it off.
I mean, the way you guys played and how consistent you guys played. I know you're upset about that 1 point that you hit, you hit out and a little wide, but I mean, watching it from the sidelines, that game, you guys played so consistent. They brought the Ann Arbor artists, they brought all the firepower, and you guys, not at 1 point did I think it was done. You guys just stood there like a wall. And what was your game plan going into that game? What were you guys looking to do?
I think we learned a lot from the first time we played them. Basically, that's the way the game went that time too. We were down bigger in that when it came back, but yeah, we just made a lot of balls. We knew they were going to be aggressive, and we figured if we could just keep the points alive, that we'd have a chance if we can get up there. So kind of the same formula, a little bit of a different result though.
Oh yeah, and once again, a game that was a highlight game, because even the first game, if we remember, it was 26-28, I believe.
Yeah, maybe even 30-28, I think. Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. So we were talking about it, I was talking to Connor about it, and you guys once again delivered such an exceptional game and such a complete game. You had dinks, you had speed ups, you guys had counters, big returns, big serves. So there was such a complete game, so much for folks that are watching to learn from. What do you say here? Because you guys took a timeout. You guys had a 4-point lead. You guys came in, and that lead was cut down, and then they came back there. What did you do at that timeout?
Honestly, just take a little breather, kind of catch our breath and regroup. I felt like we didn't play that bad in those points. I think there was at least 2 of those 4 were off the net cord and over a paddle. So just needed to regroup a little bit, and I don't know if it was great after that, but it was good enough to keep it close and finish it off. So there wasn't a lot of strategy talk. We knew we were right there, and we just needed to sharpen up a little bit.
Love it. Playing with Chris, so obviously Chris brings so much energy to the game, and given playing with Chris, how do you match that energy? Because you're always a little bit more on the quieter side, a little bit more reserved. How does that help you, or what do you do there?
It's good. I think in the team environment, it's really good to have someone with a lot of energy. It's just not really my thing, and if I try to do that, it's going to distract me more than anything. So I'd like Chris to take care of that, and then I can just kind of focus on my thing. Works out well.
Yeah, I mean, you guys played great, had amazing chemistry, and you guys are up now 2-0. One match went away from being in the finals.
Feels good.
Competing for 10 grand, and Matt here, once again, amazing job, dude.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Great hearing from Matt Krakowski of the Flint Tropics there. We are getting ready to go for this first mixed match of the afternoon. Got Chris Walker After an exciting men's doubles match there. And the Tropics taking on Ian and Renee from the Arctics. Ian and Renee both played tennis at Kalamazoo College, both high-level tennis players. Both from the Ann Arbor area who took their talents to KZoo and are now playing for their hometown team, Ann Arbor. So it's been great to see their progression over this season. Ann Arbor elected to receive. And what's interesting is that when you elect to receive, you get to do that the whole match. Whereas sides are switched each game. So receiving is definitely an advantage, and choosing to receive is a huge advantage during the coin toss. Shannon getting ready to serve here for the Tropics.
Side out. Point 1.
1-1 here.
1-1.
ATP from Ian just misses on the sideline. Tropics are up 2-1 here. Pretty interesting look here from Ann Arbor, Sam. Ian playing the right side in mixed, sort of uncommon. He definitely has a big backhand in the middle here, but what do you think they're trying to do with putting Ian on the right side here in mixed? Huge drive from Ian there. What a shot. The ball comes on the court. We'll probably get a let here. Hey, Scott, Sam's mic is not live when we're hitting him to be live. That drive goes into the net from Renee. I do like that pattern, though, of going cross court and hopefully Ian being able to poach in the middle. We're knotted up at threes here. That return just goes long from Renee. The Tropics certainly look like they're on a mission here to try to close this thing out in 3 games. Ian all over the court there, draws the error.
There you go. What a great return from Shannon there.
I like that high return off of the high serve. I might take some notes on that in case we end up playing the Arctics.
That was a great return for sure.
That ball just goes deep off of Ian's paddle.
And you can tell there, Ian's trying to do just a little bit too much.
Yep, didn't get the normal top that he gets on that ball.
So Connor, you have two teams there right now. You have one team that can just feel the victory, can feel that closer, one step closer to the $10,000 prize money. And then you have one team that knows this is win all or they're going to be eliminated here. So what is that? What is that energy on the court?
Wow. I think if you're the Tropics, you want to keep being aggressive. And that's how they won both in women's doubles and in men's doubles towards the end. They were having some success being aggressive, striking first. So I think you want to play with the lead and play aggressively. Great hands there from Shannon. If you're the Arctics, I think getting down too far in this match, you're gonna want to use all your timeouts, slow down the momentum as much as you can to hang on and give yourself a chance to get to that single showdown.
Right, from what I'm seeing here, once again, it's Flying Tropics are playing a very simple game. They're sticking to the same thing, same basics. On the other hand, when I'm watching Ann Arbor Arctics, I'm seeing big shots, almost every other shot. So if I'm Ann Arbor Arctics, I want to change that up a little bit. I want to take control of the game because we're not winning on if you're not controlling the points.
Ian's so big in the middle of the court with his backhand.
It's a great shot, great location.
Another high serve incoming. That ball looks like it just flew long.
And there you go, guys. There's your first challenge. Ian challenging that call. He thinks the ball's in. From my view here, I thought that was just a little bit out.
I thought the same, but I think a good challenge from Ian. Might as well use your challenges when you have them. Unfortunate break off the net cord there. We've seen a number of these balls from Ann Arbor go off the net cord. And that's just the price you pay for being aggressive. Sometimes that ball will drop in and others it'll fly out like I think this one did, but.
Well, what is that saying that they always say? Live by the net cord, die by the net cord, right?
Yep. Seems like we got a decision and a confirmation from our referee.
All right, let's see what it's going to be.
Yes, sir!
So call was confirmed to be out there, and that puts the Tropics up 11-8 heading into this timeout. The team's already sort of had their own timeout waiting for the challenge, and sides will flip a little bit here.
All right. Let's see if Ian and Renee talk and they change their game plan a little bit. I still do think that Ian is doing a little bit too much. And if he takes back, about 10%, 20%, it will be a little bit, because right now he's getting exposed a little bit too much. What do you think?
Agreed, yeah. I think he should trust Renee's forehand a little bit more. I thought she had some really good success with it in women's doubles, putting the ball away. just so good. But I think his movement is looking really good right now. The best on the court. And I think in mixed, that gives you a huge advantage, even though they're down a couple scores here. Unbelievable point. That one just flies long on the overhead.
That was an unbelievable point for sure. That was so good.
Flint definitely embracing the one more ball mentality. In this whole match, we've seen some great D out of Flint. Chris ready for that speed up there. And draws the timeout from Ann Arbor.
Connor, this guy has so much energy. He is like a ball of energy, and there's no stopping him right now. That look on his face.
He's determined. He's definitely the lifeblood of this Tropics team, and he's feeding into his teammates so well. If you're Ann Arbor, Sam, what are some more adjustments that you'd like to see made here? Should they go for it? Should they be more aggressive? Maybe hit some more drives?
I would like to see some more point construction there rather than win on the hand battles and the firepower alone, right? But once again, the last point that we had, Chris is the one who sped the ball up. But once again, it's coming closer to the game, towards the end. So Ann Arbor Arctic's going to get a little bit tight there. So if I'm Ann Arbor Arctics, I'm trying to slow down the game a little bit, wait for the right balls to attack, and go from there. Let's see if they do anything different here.
Agreed. They get a error off the drop there and make it 10-13. That one floats out. That serve was nearly in the rafters here at Brighton Pickleball Club. Super high ceilings here, thankfully for Ian.
I like what Shannon's doing there right now.
Disgusting speed up from Ian over the right shoulder of Chris.
Would you even call that a speed up? I mean, I don't even know if that was a speed up per se.
Can call it a trick shot, I guess. Well, he was there. But didn't get enough on it. Arbor cuts the lead down to 2, but Flint back with the ball. Ooh. Ann Arbor challenging the call on the baseline. Sam, I thought that ball was in.
Yeah, so did I. As soon as that ball call was made, Ian looked at Mariano and he said it was in. So, but it looked into me.
Yep. So second challenge of the day from Ann Arbor. We will see how this one turns out. But a big challenge here, huge momentum swing lies in the balance of this one. Call on the court was out. These challenges, Sam, are kind of a free timeout if you're if you're a team down and maybe looking for a stoppage in play, I think they're a good strategy to employ, especially, if you think there's a chance, even a remote chance that that ball was in.
Yeah, it's a great free timeout, like you said. I mean, this was worth it too, I think, because it was a close call. Game's close. It's a better angle there.
That's the best look we have from our crew. Great shot there. That one looking like it was maybe a hair inside the line.
It's a close call, but yeah, and I think it's inside the line. It's a close call.
Looks like we have a decision incoming from our referee.
Mariano there on the bench with a little bit of a yeah, and then I think this is the first time I've seen them smile and get a little bit light there, so this is a good look.
Sam, that's a huge call for Ann Arbor. Gives them a little bit of life here, maybe a little bit of momentum as well. Renee's ready with the hands there. Great shot, right down to the feet.
Game's tied now, 14-14.
And a shaky return there from Flint. So Ann Arbor goes up 15-14. Every one of these points when you're serving matters so much. Tied up at 15s here.
Wow, few missed returns here from both teams. This is maybe the nerves here, Connor?
Definitely some nerves. A couple timeouts to slow the game down. Definitely doesn't hurt. Which team is going to break out of these holding their return points? That's huge from Ian. Breaking out of those back and forth cycles is so important in this format. Not only for momentum, but just confidence to get on the board.
What a great return.
Ball called out on the sideline.
Wow, this is the third challenge in the same game.
Flint elects to challenge this ball on the sideline. Sam, a little difficult for us to see that ball here with our angle in the booth, but
last time we had a challenge, Connor, we had 3 missed returns coming back from a challenge / timeout. So maybe it's a good timeout.
yep, and if you're Flint, not the worst timeout in the world to take either. Huge point. Oh, from our look there. Renee a little bit in the way, but I don't know, Sam. That one's going to be tough to overturn.
It is close, Connor. This is as close as the calls get.
If I asked you to make a call, what would you say?
I think it's in.
You think it's in from that angle? If you have to make a decision, it's so tough. Some of these calls are right on a razor thin margin, but Looks like we have a decision. This one took a little shorter than our last one, so going off that theory, I think this call is going to stand, but we'll see.
Just like you said, Connor. The call stood.
Referee confirms this ball's out. My coach of the Grand Rapids Rampage, Carlos Sessi here, saying he's 2 for 2 on these challenges. That's why we have him on board.
Yeah, he made that call a couple minutes ago.
Wow. The high clay court serve from Ian there. And Arctics are up by 3.
And look how quickly that tempo changed.
Huge momentum shift there at 13-14. The Arctics get a challenge correct and then hold it, and now they have a game point. That ball goes wide. Wow, Sam, what a shift of momentum we saw there.
Wow. And exactly where they want to be. The game is, the Ann Arbor Arctics are now trailing by 1 match here. So 1-2. But what a battle. What a switch up in the game scoring. The points. Just, what do you make of that?
Arctics really fought hard to stay in that match. Ian was all over the court. Renee was ready with every hands battle that she could and buried a couple key speed ups from Flint. But I think that momentum shift was just the difference in that match. Flint made a few uncharacteristic errors towards the end, but Ann Arbor hangs on to move this match to 2-1. Well, Sam, that's going to be enough for me. I need to go get ready and warm up with my Grand Rapids Rampage squad, but it's always a pleasure hanging out with you, and enjoy the last 1 or 2 matches of this great match.
Yeah, that was awesome, Connor. Great job. Good luck to you. We'll be seeing you on the court in about half an hour time or so.
That's right.
And best of luck.
Thanks, man.
What's your duper?
All right, so going next, we have the second mix coming up here, and Arbor needs to win this to make it even and push the game to a tiebreaker here. With that being said, and Connor warming up for his match coming up at 5 o'clock, we have Alex Reuter, your
That's right.
Commentator, joining in as well. So,
The Dave Fleming of the Michigan Pickleball League.
I love it.
The voice of Michigan Pickleball.
How's it going, Alex? How's the day been for you?
Self-titled. No, not too bad. It is smoking hot outside. So I tell you what, indoor pickleball cannot be beat. I feel like it's how the sport was meant to be played. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
So what I know is it's 90 degrees or so outside.
Yeah.
I'm hitting the air condition. You know, at Brighton Pickleball Club, we have food truck, drinks, tons of exciting new faces to look at. Great pickleball.
Yeah, this is definitely the way to do it. You got the food truck outside, you got half-off drinks, you got a good community, and top-notch pickleball. And not bad tunes either. I walked in, I was impressed. Whoever was on the we have a 2-1 lead by the Flint Tropics overall in the match. So if the Arctics take it, we are going to have the revered singles showdown. Had a couple of them so far in the league. It's been super entertaining to watch. You got top-notch singles players out there, APP medal winners, top professionals in the state. But Arctics need to take this one to get there. And we're going to see if they can do it. We got Mariano out there. I believe he's going to start. Oh, maybe Molly's going to start with the serve. She's holding the ball. So we'll see if that astute observation turns out to be the case. Yes. Pushed it out there a little bit by Mariano. Good first point. Good spot there by the Arctics. Mariano to serve. We got 1-1. Two, 1. Two. This is
So yeah, if you just press the refresh button anytime it goes out, you'll be back over here. The refresh button on top. The headphones are plugged in, but you're probably not going to get good audio or any audio from.
Flint Tropics need to keep doing what they've been doing. They're making a little bit less errors, but you can feel the Arctic's momentum. It is building, and I would not be surprised if they turn this around, start putting up some points, and make this a closer match. I believe we are looking at the Walker family. Chris Walker's family over there holding up the Flint Tropics sign. Good looking group, cute kids. They come out cheering on Chris every week, and he is definitely entertaining to watch. So happy they're here in the playoffs. All right, serve on the pedal of Matt, 7-4. Let's see if they can keep this going. They do not. 7-5, and just like that, it is a 2-point game. That is rally scoring for you. Mariano's got a heavy serve. Let's see if he goes with it. He does. Oh, just out. Game of inches. Eight, 5. Serves on the paddle of Molly. Oh. Looked like Matt put a spell on that ball and then just kind of defied gravity, went over the net.
You know, today in Arbor Arctics, I think, if I had to count, they've had a decent amount of net courts. What a get.
Good hands. What a read there by Matt. He saw that all the way.
He did. He had to cover his line, and he was able to get to the other wall, so that was a great shot, Matt.
Let's go back to that net court comment. Is there a side, do you think, that is more favorable if you're going to hit the net? Like, looking at the net, we're pretty square on here. We look pretty pretty straight.
No, there's a little bit of a dip in the middle,
Yeah.
so definitely a lot easier. And the tension's a little bit lower, too, in the middle.
I think that's part of the rules, right? It's like 36 inches and 34 in the middle, something like that.
Yep.
I'm sure I have that wrong, but
No, you got it right. But yeah, you're right. So middle, you know, there's a reason why middle is always the safest play to play. So.
all right, I think we're at our end change. I'm going to get the confirmation of the score here, but I believe it's 11-5. Either way, Tropics have the lead. They seem to be making a little bit less errors overall. The mixed doubles team is meshing well. What do you see out of the Arctics that could be something that they could change up to make a difference in this?
You know, Alex, watching this is like the fourth game that we're watching, right? There's one thing that I'll say that I've noticed so far. The team that have won the game so far have been the one that have been being more consistent. So they're not hitting shots. They're making the other team play one extra ball. And that mentality right there, rather than finishing or trying to finish or hitting a game winner every ball, that's going to be a little bit, you know, we got to switch from that a little bit if you're Ann Arbor Arctics and play every ball for every shot and just make it a good shot than to, you know, try to hit a great shot. And I think that's where consistency will go up a little bit.
So this is the second week now that we've seen Chantel out here. I think she's displaying her tennis powers really well. What do you like about her game?
She brings a lot of pop to the game. She's got some crazy backhand drives, and then they've earned a lot of good points. Once again, with those drives that are staying low, the risk of missing it in the net are higher as well. So that right there is going to change a little bit. But no, she brings tons of talent and tons of power to her shots.
Got 12-7 here. Missed third. We have not seen many missed thirds out of Molly. She's pretty consistent. Looks like that one may have just been maybe the ball skipped on her. 8-12. See if the Arctics can put up a few points here.
Listen, I always say, hey, just.
Oh, there's that net court again.
You know, I always say, whenever you miss a shot, just look at the paddle. So.
It's blame something.
Yeah.
15-8. Good spot.
Not a big swing there. Small swing, compact swing. Great shot there.
That's got to be hard for somebody with a tennis background like hers to hold off and go for more control. But it's working. He had the read. What do you see? That may have went wrong there for
Just a
Mariano.
little bit of more of an outstretch, maybe a little bit of a shuffle, and then lunge.
Footwork thing.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm sorry, Molly. I may have jinxed you there when I talked about how good your thirds are. That's 2. I'll stop counting. Good spot in the court there. Sam, I don't know how close you paid attention to last time or in the previous weeks, and I may be wrong on this, but I think Molly's using a new paddle. I think she was using a Proton.
Yeah.
I could be mistaken on that, but if I'm not, she's currently using the Yola. You think she's just looking for some more power, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, we played last week, and I don't remember.
Good score here. 12-15, making it closer. 3 points. Great backhand. Super impressive moves there by Mariano.
Right, and if you saw, Mariano didn't swing big on any of those shots. They were very, they had a good roll on it, but they were not overswung. So that right there is the key. If you're going to play aggressive, you got to control the swings.
That composed aggression, as he's displaying now. Oh! Mariano may have some words for that net. 16-13.
3 points. Molly took some pace off.
A lot of nets. A lot of nets.
Mariano definitely frustrated there a little bit.
I think we have a timeout here, Sam. 17-14. You think that's a good time for that?
Great time, especially when the last 2 points have been off the net courts. This is a good way to get back in control a little bit. Right now, I think Mariano's feeling like nothing's going the right way or his way, or their team's behind. So this is great. I think this is a great timeout. Take your time, take some breaths. You can't control what you can't control. So this is great. I love it.
We have 17-13 there. It may be 17-14. I'm just waiting for confirmation. Either way, Sam, it's not too far if we're talking rally scoring, right? I mean, it's either 3 or 4 points.
Right.
That can be quick.
Yeah, you get points quick, but you also lose points quick, right? It goes both ways. So I do believe the score is 13-17 or 17-13. Flint Tropics to serve. But yeah, this is still a close game. It can go any direction. Let's see how Mariano and Chantel come back and what their game plan is here.
Matt serving 17-13. Tropics are 4 points away from a championship battle. Again with the composure by Mariano.
And look at the control on those shots. Once again, not big swings.
3-point game.
14-17.
Arctics need to win this to push it to a single showdown. Otherwise, they are out. Great athleticism. Chantal is everywhere, Sam.
What a point, Alex.
That point belongs to her. That was unreal. And then to recover with the overhead backhand.
That was a great point. And a great hook on the backhand on that lob, because that lob was a great lob, actually.
Yeah, it was. 15-17, 2-point game. Another one. Oh, she put that one into the net. That one may have been a little bit better than the first one.
It was, and she barely missed that lob. So, but
Whose pedal did that come off of, the lob? Was that Molly?
yeah,
Great lob, great decision.
and that right there.
Just out. Sam, we are 2 points away from the Flint Tropics moving on to the championship. This is huge. Giving Mariano an overhead is not the move. I think I've said that before, and he has yet to prove me wrong on that. I will say this, though. That says a lot about Chantel's backhand. Mariano led up and allowed her to take that. And he can take up a lot of court, too, and he's got a phenomenal forehand.
Right. I think Mariano was looking more of that shake.
Yeah.
And then making himself.
Good hands. Yep. The overhead to Mariano.
Look at Mariano right now. Just saved that match point there, and he is pumped.
Yeah, super. Again, the composure. He kind of brings it right back and gets a point every time he's composed. I mean, Chantel saved a couple of those shots as well at that point. I'm not even going to say anything. That's just unfortunate. 2017, 1 point away. This is it. The most important point of the match for the Arctics. Got to get a stop. And they do. You could feel the nerves on that, right? It was kind of emanating off the court.
Right. And you can feel the tension, and you can tell by the shots. The same shots that were being sped up before are now, you know, everybody's playing a little bit more higher percentage.
Phenomenal backhand that set up the overhead for Mariano.
There you go, and we have a match on our hands, Alex. I believe it's 19-20.
Let's see if we can get some extra pickleball here. Good start. 2020, got to win by 2.
Alex right there. A big serve still. He didn't hold back too much on his serve, and that got that return.
Oh, good eye by Molly to let that go. (21-20). This is match point again. That ball is out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing a game that is full of nerves, full of great pickleball here.
You could not have a more exciting potential outcome. This is either going to a single showdown or somebody's going to a championship. And that somebody would be Flint if they win, but the Arctics have different plans.
What a strategic timeout here, too.
It was, because I think this is the first time in this final mixed doubles game that the Arctics have taken the lead.
It is, you're right.
That's huge, and what a time to do it. Man, Mariana really stepped it up. So did Chantal.
Oh,
Their level increased there at the end.
And if you noticed, there was a lot more consistent, not a lot of overswinging on a lot of those shots that were being overswung to win the points. That was done. So it took a few extra shots for Ann Arbor Arctic to win the point, but you know, didn't miss in the process. So I think that's what the big thing was there.
What are you feeling right now if you're the Tropics? You feel this kind of slipping away a little bit?
No.
Because they don't want to go to a dream breaker.
No, they don't. Because we have phenomenal singles players, actually on both sides, but still.
It's like we have a...
And we'll see how it goes, and hopefully ending the
Video
season
there
on a
by
positive note. That is the plan, at
Vipers.
least.
Great backhand, Chantel. They've done it. They have pushed this to the singles showdown. They started out this entire match 0-2. Went down women's doubles, went down men's doubles. They've clawed their way back in the mixed game, and they've earned themselves a singles showdown. The difference in the looks between the Tropics and the Arctics say it all. The momentum is all on the side of the Arctics as well.
Right. This is exciting, and this is not what Flint Tropics obviously wanted. They didn't want to go in the tiebreaker here. So I'm excited to see how the points go here. Both teams have great singles player here. So we have Ian, Mariano, Chantal, and Renee on one side. Then we have Molly, Shannon, Matt, and Chris, and then I believe all of our singles players with some great experience. Excited to see how it goes, and excited to see the lineups and the challenge.
If I had to give an answer to this question, I may give the advantage to the Arctics for the men, but then I would give the advantage to the Tropics for the women in terms of singles. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. Watching Chantal hit those two-handed backhand.
That's true.
In the
That
end,
is true.
That scares me a little bit. I wouldn't want to play against Chantal right now if I was Flame Tropics. So,
My guess is that we're probably going to see Shannon versus Chantal. Would you do it differently? We'll see if we can get a lineup.
yeah, it's a tough call, Alex. I don't know. I really don't know what I would do here. Not something what we were expecting here.
No.
So I think it's both teams are thinking here.
I mean, we have recent medal winners on the APP on both sides, so it's going to be high level. It's going to be super exciting no matter what.
So explain to the viewers that are watching right now, how does this work here? So, and Alex, just how does this work? Who's playing?
Yeah,
How does this tiebreaker work and all that?
So this is going to be singles, and it's going to be rally scoring just like we were doing with doubles. The difference, though, is they're going to be switching out after every 4 points. So if the first two are out there, let's say it's Matt versus Ian, and it's 2-2, that's 4 points, and they're going to switch out for the next two singles players. If it's 0-4, again, that's 4 points, and they're going to switch it out. So it goes quick, and you have to have immediate focus when you step out on the court because you only get 4 points. If you miss a serve, guess what? You just gave them one of the 4. So, Sam, I know that you've recently done really well on the singles court, on the PPA side of things. What is like the biggest tip you could give somebody if they're in the, let's say like a 4-0 plus on the single court? What is the biggest tip?
So, Alex, one thing I would say when it comes to singles play is when you're playing singles and if you're a 4-0, yes, you need a big serve, you need a big return, but I'm a big advocate for you need to be able to make one extra shot every time, and it doesn't need to be a winner. It just needs to be one extra shot. It's that mindset that I need to win. Every shot has to be a passing shot. We got to change that mentality from that to, hey, I can hit a shot that may be a passing shot, but it's going to create next 2 easy shots for me, and I can win on those shots. That switch right there, I think it's key to improving as a singles player.
Does that change at all with rally scoring and only having 4 points, or is it pretty much the same mindset?
In my opinion, it's the same mindset because at the end of the day, it's all about the points that you're going to win, right? I think the serves and returns are still big. The pros and cons are still the same. So I think the mindset should still be the same. If you try to hit a winner on every shot, the chances you're going to miss are going to be a lot bigger. So to give yourself some room for error, some margin of error, and then creating that shot, it's going to be the same mentality. At least for me, if I'm playing singles on a rally scoring, I'm playing with the same mentality. But once again, like you said, all these players are crazy good at singles, can hit crazy passing shots. Really what it comes down to today is going to be who's going to hit their drives long, who's going to hit their drives in the net when the other person's covering it. So they're all able to hit great shots. I'm really excited for this tiebreaker because this is our second tiebreaker that we have in the week.
Yeah, and the Tropics were a part of one earlier in the season. They came out on top with that one, I believe, if memory serves, which sometimes it doesn't. All right, I want to give a shout out, Sam. Our partner in crime, Lucas, is unable to be here today. He is currently competing on the, what is it, the APP Next Gen?
APP Next Gen in St. Louis.
Well, we wish him luck. He is a really solid pro player, a great announcer as well. So, Lucas, if you're listening, good luck out there, buddy.
So, Alex, when does the lineup go out? Do you know? Are they going to have another toss here? How does that work?
I probably should know that more than I do. I believe they have to tell the ref at the start of the game. So the very, very start of the match, I think they have to give the lineup to the ref. But I could be wrong on that. We see Chris and Matt warming up here. I would assume Chris is going to go first for the Tropics either way. He's the team captain. Really solid singles player. Matt is as well, but I think Chris is going to try to put the team on his shoulders as the captain, start with some points, get the energy flowing in their favor. I mean, how can he not with those cutoff sleeves, right? I did notice there's nobody else with cutoff sleeves. I think he probably ordered that special for himself.
I think you're right. I don't think there's anybody else that's wearing cutoff hair at all, so you're right.
Maybe Chris is giving him the lineup right now, unless he's just mucking it up with Mr. Referee over there.
What do you see here? You have one team here, you know, one guy who's just dancing around, and
Chris does not stop moving. If you guys are able to see him or watch him while he warms up, he does not stop moving. And you can tell it's infectious too. I mean, he brings the energy, whether it's doubles, singles. If he's just emceeing, he has a lot of energy and passion. So.
at BPC right now, it's electric, guys. If you're watching and you are close by and you're not that far, come by, come to the courts, the center courts, the bar, half off drinks today. There's tons of people here, and this is about to go down as one of the best games ever.
It is, and this is for all the marbles in terms of making it to the finals. This is playoffs. The loser of this goes home. The winner sticks around and plays for the championship. We're starting off with Chris Walker versus Ian Yee. Let's see who's going to get the first point. A spot there by Chris. Took some off of that backhand. He just commanded himself. Hope that came out okay. Good spot there by Ian.
And that right there, Alex, that miss is what I was talking about. When it's this close and everybody's so good, this is what we cannot have.
There's something about Ian's loop serve that is so tricky.
Chris stays back this time.
2-2. They split. Basically 0-0 starting out now for Mariano and Matt. Good read there by Matt.
And And Mariano here is no joke when it comes to singles with a silver medal in APP. Lost to Chris Hayworth in the finals, and it was a great match. So
yeah, I mean, if you're gonna lose, might as well lose to the best player in the world. But he ran through some top dogs. Let's see if Mariano can get this last one and make it 4-4. These Tropics are going to feed off that momentum if not. Oh. Pushed it just deep. The Tropics have the lead 5-3. All right.
4-5.
Chantal got it back on her paddle. Let's see if she can tie it up. I guess it's... What just happened?
The ref did not call the score yet.
A mulligan. 4-5. Here we go. As expected, they're staying at the baseline, but Shannon comes up. Seemed to work for her there.
Alex, this is going to come down to who can come to the net sooner with a better approach shot and control the net.
I agree. You can tell Chantel's a little bit more comfortable staying at the baseline, hitting those tennis-style shots. Really good showing there by Shannon. Seven, 5. See if Molly can keep it going. Good shots there by Renee. I think she needs to just be consistent here.
Right, I agree. I was just going to say the same. If I'm Renee here, I'm just trying to play every ball safe and move it around at the court without trying to hit for winners.
Good coverage. Eight, 6. Six. This will be huge if Molly can take this. They'll go up by 4. She does not. She pushed it too far. Still too close to call on this one, I'm going to say, Sam. I think this is anybody's match.
Right. Oh, absolutely. With this kind of skill level from both teams, this can go anywhere and it can go fast.
It's a loop serve. Oh, right on the line. It just feels like the loop serve started that whole point out for Ian. He gave him a little bit of extra time. Chris gives him a loop back just to give the ball back to Ian.
If I'm Chris here, I'm definitely not trying to get into a cat and mouse with Ian.
Yeah.
But once again, let's see what he does here.
Kept it on his backhand. 10-8.
This guy, Alex, Chris is determined.
Yeah, he is. Are we going to get a big serve here out of him?
No, I don't think so. I think he's just going to keep a good serve.
You are correct. Kept it relatively conservative. Oh, come on, Alex. Well, the Tropics have taken it on the end change. I don't know who Chris is pumping up over there, but he's giving a little personal touch to the fans. He feeds off that.
Yeah, and he's getting that crowd right behind him right now.
Yeah, he is. 11-8. Composure there by Ian. Really good backhand. He held that that kitchen line.
Everything's still staying the same right now, too. Lead is, Flame Tropics is maintaining the lead. Big serve here. Oh, what a beauty.
That is some high skill level right there.
What a
All right,
beautiful
now,
shot.
Yeah, he had that point from the very beginning. He's going to crush this serve. Good return by Matt. Just out. Oh, actually, I think it is tied. Let's see if Mariano can keep it going.
Do you remember, Alex, earlier I said we got to make those shots. It doesn't have to be perfect, but we got to make that shot.
Back to the line. I don't know, Sam. That may have been just out or caught. I don't know. Can he challenge?
I thought that ball was out.
Let's see if they ask the league commissioner. Because if you ask the league commissioner, the commissioner is going to say, go ahead and challenge that one.
And just folks, just so you guys know, the league commissioner is sitting right next to me, and his name is Alex.
That is correct. They're going to do it. All right. I think that's right. Although I do question, did he play it? That ball never went back over the net. He put it back into the net.
Right, he put it in the net.
Okay. Let's see what kind of view the truck can give us on this.
So, what do you think? What are they? What's the deal here? So, Ann Arbor is fighting that.
I wonder if they're asking if they've challenged too much, because there's been several challenges this game. Renee is very adamant about something. I feel bad for the ref. He's going to have to explain his way out of this. All right, one down. Let's see if he can get the last two. They're arguing their case.
Well,
wait. One down. And then there's the third one. It looks like the ref won that argument.
so Alex, what did you see on that thing?
I think it was just out. What did you see?
I thought it was out. All right, let's see what. So it looks like we do have a call here. Oh.
Wow. Must have just caught.
Yeah.
That means we have a tie game, Sam. Again, this is to go to the championship. They are in the tie-breaking single showdown, and it's tied in the single showdown. Oh, what a backhand by Chantal there.
What do you think of that serve, Alex?
It was good. You think out? doing that in mixed as well. I think that's a comfortable serve for her. That ball is definitely out. Tropics have a lead by 1. And it's tied, just as I say that, 14-14. Out come Molly and Renee. This is anybody's match, Sam.
And the thing is, Alex, here, if I'm Renee, this is the position where I want to be in right now. Because I can go in. I just want to make the balls. I just don't want to miss.
Like that. She's going to want to get this next one.
I think we got to stop trying to win, hit a winner.
That was close. I think that one may have just been out.
Yeah, and Renee looked at Mariano and also called it out.
Now a 2-point game. 3 points. I think Renee really needs to get this last one here. We do not want the Tropics to go up by 4 if we are the Arctics.
Oh, change of strategy here by Molly. She's going for net.
Great shot. Wow, what coverage there by Molly. That was really good.
She was stone cold right at the net and then getting all those balls back.
And Renee did a really good job, too, of kind of waiting for the opportunity to present itself.
And that lob was nice. She hit that lob at the right time. This is key here. Ian needs to make up that deficit here a little bit and close it down the gap.
Is there any chance we get anything beside? Nope, that's going to be the loop.
Oh, it was
really
a little
short
too short.
loop.
I don't think that was on purpose.
Baby loop. It works.
I would have liked to see Chris's return a little better on that short loop because he could really have.
It almost seemed like the shortness of the loop kind of threw him off a little bit. A medium-sized loop. It's working still. Guys, we have a tied game again. See if we get the Papa Bear loop. We do. The Arctics have turned it around completely, have now taken the lead, 18-17. We are 3 points away from the Arctics having crawled all the way back after being down 0-2. Chris is changing up his strategy on the return. Oh. Ian played that so smart by putting it right back at his body.
Good.
2 points away for the Arctics. Great serve.
What coverage by Matt.
He moved on that court so well because it started out with a phenomenal serve and then a great drive.
Wait for Matt, too.
That was huge for the Tropics. Oh, what a passing shot. And Matt has brought them back to a tied game, 19-19. Cat and mouse. Mariano took the role of Tom there. What a point. I think it's Tom, right?
It's 2019.
2019.
Was it a tomahawk?
No, Tom the cat.
Oh.
Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, you had strategic timeout here.
I think you got to, right? Playoffs. Arctics are 1 point away from going to the championship. You got to take that timeout.
Right. I just wonder right now if I could get Matt here and ask him what's going on in his head.
Don't miss the return.
Wait, see, that's where the champions are made to, right? If that's what you're thinking, or if you're thinking, hey, I'm just gonna go out there and hit my best shot, or just don't miss the return. Right, two different mindset, two different outcomes.
I like the Ben John strategy of just staying out on the court. Don't even go back and get the water or the towel. Just stay put. You kind of had to survive out there as an island just for a minute. All right, Matt takes his positioning back there.
There's a big serve coming here. The chances of missing the serve could be a decent amount here. Let's see what happens.
This is the biggest return of the season. It's a good one. Oh, so close. What a point. And the Arctics have taken it. Unbelievable. Mariano was just too much there at the end with the drives and the movement.
What a game, Alex. What a game.
So impressed. Being down 0-2, fighting their way back to win the 2 mixed and then the Dream Breaker. What a playoff.
All right, Alex. I'm going to go there. We have some giveaways here for the crowd that's here. So I'm going to go and then get some giveaways out there. I'll be right back.
All right. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll be back to talk about the next match.
What's your duper?
I'm pressing the talk back button, by the way. I think that's probably what you want me to do, right? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I Yeah, I'm not hearing anything, Dad. Can you hear me? I'm pressing the talk button. headphone. How's that?
Yeah, we might need to give you a second headphone just in case. Oh no, that's a guess. It's gonna still have the same. You're able to hear my father? No. That's what we're trying to fix. Because right now we're trying to separate.
Let's get started.
Oh, that's real good. You've got to get a hold of yourself.
Ain't nobody stopping me.
All right. We are back live. At least I hope we are. We have a bit of a mic change here. We got Jeff commentating with me for this one. Our very next matchup between the Detroit Vipers, the Grand Rapids Rampage, and our second match here in playoffs. The winner of this will move on to face the Arctics in the championship. Jeff, how are we doing today?
Really good, really good.
Good to have you on. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Give us some.
Tell us about something. That's a wide open question.
Why don't we start with your pickleball life?
That's
Do you
good.
do you play? Do you just commentate?
Pickleball life. Pickleball life is what I do. Basically,
All right.
I kind of reside over at All In Grand Rapids. I teach quite a bit there. I certify other instructors as well. So lately, the last 3 years, I've been involved in DGF Pickleball Court Solutions, which is kind of helping facilities out, putting in courts and such. So that's been keeping me quite busy, obviously, as busy as the trade has been lately. So, but yeah, so I'm a big fan of the teams that are out here right now. Good friends with Casey from years back, and excited to see the action. That match prior to this, wow, that was some exciting stuff, huh?
That ended very very excitingly. It started out, I'm not going to say like a blowout, but it almost felt like the Tribecs were going to run away with it, and the Arctics found a way to get momentum and claw back into it. And I actually asked the players after the match, what was the key there to come away with the win, and they said, we knew if we can get to the Dream Breaker or the single showdown that was going to be a difference maker for us, and we could come away with the win, and it turned out to be true. So
even that was risky, right?
What it was, and somehow the mixed matches went in their favor. They looked phenomenal. So we'll see we'll see who they're going to play in the championship. And on that note, we're about to get started here in women's doubles in our second playoff match between the Rampage and the Vipers. Exactly how the Rampage wanted to start. Monica serving. We'll talk about the players here as we get further into this. Just out.
I saw us even taking advantage of some replay action
that's pretty cool,
close
right?
calls too. Made a difference in that first
it was
match we were
huge.
watching, so.
It really was.
Yeah.
Vipers doing a good job. Get the serve back and a point. Jessica serving 1-2.
Nice little flick by Monica.
Yeah, some of the keys to Monica's game are phenomenal defense and consistency.
Like a brick wall, definitely.
Yeah. Good backhand there by Jessica. The dink battle won by the Vipers. Jeff, I don't know if you could hear that in the middle of the point, but you could that screeching of the footwork. I always like that.
I can.
You can hear the players working.
Very familiar with the contractor who put these courts in. Did a great job.
Yeah, they. That's always a tough one to see, right? When it kind of whizzes past you. Got 4-4.
most of your followers know the format, but maybe we describe that to them. I know I have some new invitees that I invited to come watch today.
Yeah, so we are doing things a little bit differently, but similar to Major League Pickleball, or at least how Major League Pickleball started with what's called rally scoring. We'll talk about it more here just after this point.
Great point.
Yeah, that was a really good point there by everybody. So rally scoring is different than what they call side-out scoring, where you can only get a point on the serve. With rally scoring, you can get a point even on a side-out.
Yep.
So even if you're not serving, if you are victorious in that particular point, you actually get a point that goes towards the score.
And basically, players stay on their side of the court, either right side or left. They get one opportunity to change sides. Is that correct? I don't know that we've seen anyone utilize that, but
yeah, I believe that is correct. But that is a good question. All right, we got, I think, 6-6. It is. Tie game here. It's a close one.
And then matches are to 21.
They are to 21, win by 2. And we've been starting off with women's doubles in every single match, which has been pretty big because they are able to set the tone for the rest of the game, or the rest of the matches, rather. And that's been important. Good hands there by Jess. Still tied 7-7. That ball is probably going out. They still walk away with it. Downey is sort of waving at Monica, saying sorry, because she knew that ball was going out. But it worked in their favor anyway, so no harm, no foul. 8-7 Rampage.
Both these teams have been sitting around for quite a while waiting for this to happen, and you can see the energy starting to build, but it'll take them a little bit, I'm sure. And you've seen so much excitement on the end of the last match. It just seems so melodramatic right now, but both these teams can really bring the heat. So
yeah, we went from about as exciting as you could get to kind of everybody taking a collective deep breath and restarting. So this will definitely build up to be similar to what the first one was. But the women here need to come away with some solid points, and if you're the Vipers, you're looking to keep this momentum going and take the lead at the end change. It's tied 9-9. Almost seemed like she had a little bit too much time to think on that. Great serve by Downey.
this is what I've been waiting for.
Cross court.
Yeah.
Think battle.
Get in a little more longer points.
It's going to stay.
I did. Oh, my gosh. Great point.
I think both Downey and Monica were looking at each other, expecting their partner to take that ball down the middle.
Exactly.
Smart shot there by Jess. Who's going to take it on the end change? Looks like the Rampage.
All right. That's a good start. A 1 point difference.
Yeah, really close match. It's going back and forth. I think both teams are kind of trying to work their way into being comfortable out here and knowing what's at stake. That's got to be hard after, like you said, sitting around and watching the way the last match had ended.
So we were describing the format a little bit. So playing to 21, but we freeze when we hit to 20. Is that correct?
That is correct. That freeze has played a big part, too, because what you've seen is kind of the other team relying on that. A team that's down, they know the freeze is coming. It allows them to kind of take some of the pressure off themselves and capitalize on the fact that, hey, it goes back to side out scoring for the other team, so they're not going to score a point if I miss this serve, or if I serve and then miss a third.
It's definitely play a factor in playing catch up. So it's 11-10.
Looked like Monica had maybe too big of a backswing. I try not to give too many tips because I'm not a coach, but good spot. Right back for the Vipers. Alvison with the solo shake and bake.
Good eye, Monica.
Jeff, we're still tied, 13-13.
Nice deep return. That's excellent. Downey fights it off.
Yeah, was able to put kind of one of those hybrid drop/drives. I think they call it the drip.
Drip.
The drip shot, yeah. Good angle, good recovery by Down. What a reset clinic.
Oh. I'd like to see Monica and Downey start to return the ball a little deeper. They're kind of getting themselves down by them short returns,
Yeah.
And
what's the big benefit of a deep return?
A deep return gets a shorter next shot, which brings you to the kitchen. Lets you get up to the kitchen and be there first or be there in control.
So it's about setting up the point, and
It's
getting
about
good
the next shot. Yeah, absolutely.
court positioning.
Yeah. A big advantage.
We have a timeout here.
I think we did.
Kind of an interesting timeout. It's not like one team has a big lead, so this may be maybe somebody saw something on the side for a little bit of a strategy session.
It's one of those things, It's easy to see from the side what's going on, just like we were talking about, deeper returns, and I think that maybe that we'll see a change here and kind of get a momentum swing. This game is all about momentum, and what we're seeing is 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. I'd like to see one of these teams kind of. There's a little deeper serve.
Great point there.
Absolutely.
And Jeff, great being on point.
Let's see if Downey does the same. Yeah, there we go. Nice return.
Oh, what a shot by Monica. Was that a foot fault?
Oh, it might have been.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was impressed that Alvison got that back over, but she stepped in the kitchen.
There's another deep serve. Wow.
They're forcing the errors.
Helpers, which I teach Nikki Hort, the owner of Elders Helpers, and she kind of has a number of up-and-coming players that she kind of supports and kind of encourages.
Very nice.
So
where do you play out there in Grand Rapids?
Basically, I'm at All In most of the time. We just put air conditioning in, so I'm not even going outside for the summer. But last year I was indoors teaching most of the summer as well. It's just when we can teach without all the elements involved, the wind or having to cancel a lesson because it rained or something of that nature, it's nice to stay indoors. But now we've got air, and so that's where I spend most of my time. We have a second facility up north at Cedar Rock, and
nice.
So that's where I spend most of my time. Otherwise, I'm at Belknap. Oh, miss hit.
Oh,
A miss hit there. That was a good timeout, I think.
it was. Felt like the Rampage were kind of pulling away with it a little bit, and that definitely changed things.
I think we got to catch our score up here, but let's wait to hear what it is.
Yeah. I got 16.
There's a bigger separation there than. We'll fix that on there.
They're reviewing this call. See where we end up.
That's the second time tonight.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes we don't get the view on it.
We do a pretty good job of keeping it zoomed in on players seeing the actual motion, and sometimes we're just in a little bit too far. Yeah.
All right, 16-18.
Good deep serve. Oh.
Tell you what, Jeff, it's a close one. It's been like this all game, just back and forth. Who's going to take it?
Nice shot there. Good setup. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Impressive that she got a paddle on that.
Absolutely.
What athleticism by Monica there.
Yeah.
I mean, it started off with the backhand roll dink, then the overhead, and now a great serve.
Look at those great returns, though.
Yeah, that was a great return.
Second net cord. Got away with it there. That could have been dangerous.
Serve, so it's like the freeze is on, but Vipers need to get this next one.
They got to get this point.
Get the ball back.
Yep.
And then the pressure's off a little bit with the serve, but they definitely need to get the ball back and I think get a point.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see what happens here. Downey serving 2017. All right, we gotta wait for the ref to call the score. She's looking at the ref like, come on. All right, there we go.
Great returns.
Haven going out. Good time for a speed up there.
That was.
Good decision.
That was a good win.
Around.
That's a good first win.
It was. Rampage
Absolutely.
have taken game one. That is huge for them.
I think the difference was Downey coming with a little more power. I mean, even there, driving a couple balls in a row. She's playing a little more apprehensive in the beginning of the game. So I think that was a good change. If someone on the sideline mentioned something to them, that was definitely a good timeout.
Well, we saw their serves and returns get deeper too, so maybe they heard your comments on that. All right, next up we're gonna have men's doubles.
You'll see a little higher energy here. Of course.
Yeah, we got Casey, who is a character on the court, phenomenal player. He definitely brings the energy.
Fun
Teaming
player.
up with Nick.
Yep. And we have Jaren, a great player. Jaren has been teaching a lot, playing for years.
Against, or rather with, my pick for the MVP, Connor Mogul. So last week I kind of named the women's MVP, maybe a little bit early, but I'm probably going to stick with it.
So who was it?
She was Shannon for the Philanthropics.
Okay.
Overall,
she played well today.
Yeah, she did, and all season she's been phenomenal. So too bad that their season is over. But overall, Philanthropics just had a really great year. But for the men, we didn't really talk about it, but I may go with Connor Mogul as my pick. He is the team captain for the Grand Rapids Rampage. Really solid in men's doubles, mixed doubles, and singles. All the disciplines. He's phenomenal. He's also out in Grand Rapids in your area.
I don't think there's anyone that practices harder than Connor.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you talk to a lot of the local up-and-comings, they're drilling with Connor, one of them on Monday, one of them on Tuesday, and another one on Thursday, and it's like, oh.
He's always out there.
His name's always in the mix.
It's funny. I've had a couple tournaments out at Belknap, so we're for those of you listening at home and you're not from Michigan, Grand Rapids is about 2 hours, we're going to say.
Pretty close, yep.
Yeah, if you're driving at a comfortable speed limit, I would say 2 hours. You could probably make it an hour and a half, but we'll say 2 hours. So 2 hours from where we are, we're on the east side of the state. So Grand Rapids Rampage is more west side. And there's a facility out there, Belknap Park, along with All In, which we were just talking about earlier. But
Belknap's, which hosts the BCO or the Beer City Open.
The Beer City Open. They do a great job. And I've had a couple tournaments there recently and seen Connor out there both times. One he was playing, the other one I think he was coaching. So.
Okay. Solid player.
Yeah.
I like to follow them. I followed them down to Cape Coral, extended a stay down there just to catch them at a PPA tournament, and then I watched him.
Him and Nick Romano did great men's doubles down there. They made it through qualies, won their first round, and then I think they fell to. I think they fell to one of the best teams or partnerships in the world who are still doing good is CJ Klinger and JW Johnson.
Yeah.
Two very tricky players, and they did well against them. So
Nick did really well in singles as well.
Yep.
Got a lucky draw and
recently
ways in there.
Recently took home a gold medal in the PPA Challenger as well.
That was actually Connor.
Yeah, Connor.
Yeah, I mentioned Nick as
partner. Nick, yeah.
Yeah, did well in that.
Nick's a phenomenal singles player as well, but yes, Connor took home gold at the PPA Challenger.
Yeah. And so I extended a stay down there and went and watched those guys there too. So
that's awesome.
I'm kind of one of their groupies. Jaron's a right-handed, but Jaron has been known. I actually named a shot that Jaron kind of perfected early on in his career, but we call it the Tootsie Roll.
Well, what is it?
The Tootsie Roll. It's a backhand roll at the kitchen. You have to be careful of it.
For such a big guy, he plays tricky.
He's quick, yes.
I would say his game is less power and more control. I don't know. Would you agree with that?
I've seen Jaron come up with a lot of power. I mean, he has a great backhand, I think, comes out of nowhere that takes people by a little bit of surprise. But there's really no surprises on this court. These guys have been playing each other against each other for quite a while. And I don't know Nick as well. I've seen Casey many, many times. I remember the first time playing Casey, it was in a local tournament in Granville Gym, and he played with his mom.
Nice.
And it was a mixed doubles game, and he sat her in the back corner as a decoy and played the entire court.
He kind of does that now still. Nothing's changed.
And it was phenomenal. We could not get the ball to his mom one time the entire game. It was like,
too funny.
Casey, get out of my way.
So we just had up there, if you guys are watching at home, we had the Duper predictions. We'll see if we can get that back up there. But while we do, I'm going to take a moment. There we go. And I'll get back to that thought. But let's talk about the Duper predictions. Yeah. They have the Vipers less than the Rampage. But it is close. I mean, that's 5.647 versus 5.711. That's pretty close. I would say that I agree with that in terms of what I'm expecting to see out there. These are going to be some high intensity, high energy, but I am expecting a close match.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I've not seen Nick and Casey play together, so I'm kind of excited to see what that looks like. The dynamics. I think
they've done good all year.
Yeah,
Nick is a really solid player, good singles player as well. One of the things that we pointed out the last week of the season was his shoes. He plays with his shoes untied.
No way.
He does. And it doesn't slow him down one bit. He's a He moves around the court really well, so I may start doing that. All right, we're going to get started here. Vipers take the first one.
Wow. That serve hit the baseline.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
2-0 Vipers. Really hot start for Casey and Nick. 3-0.
Uh-oh.
All right. Rampage needed that. All right, guys, I want to talk about this cool feature that we have called Jotto right after this point.
Oh, wow.
Push the return deep. 3-2. At the bottom of the screen, you guys are going to see a QR code. And I will tell you what to do with it in just a second.
There's
Suspense is building.
Oh.
Good hands battle. All right, you guys are going to scan the QR code. Click on Let's Go. You're going to be able to take a video of yourself, if you so choose, and tell us or show us where you guys are watching from.
Oh, my goodness.
Connor was all over that. Put it right back in the breadbasket.
Jotto me. I'm going to do it from here. Oh.
You were right, Jeff, about the energy.
Yeah. And we're just ramping up.
Yeah. And there's Casey calling with
We'll
his...
see how long it gets to get a little verbiage going with Casey.
Oh, yeah, he likes to talk.
He does like to talk.
He backs it up. He's got a high duper, 6.1. His play is really solid. Good ATP defense.
Oh,
Nick puts it away. At what point are we going to get a timeout here?
I don't know. I think they're going to go with it for a little bit. They're just starting to get into a rhythm. I think that's the biggest thing. It's like, I don't think they want to stop that yet. They want to, even though they've lost a few points here, I think they're still wanting to get.
Great speed up by Jaron.
There's that top spin roll.
Yeah.
I mean, he just, forehand or backhand, that's what he's known for.
How tall are you, Jeff?
5'6".
Yeah, I'm not too much taller than you. And I will say this. If I was as tall as Jaron, I feel like I'd be much better. Put some good spin on that. It just seems like height, especially a shot like that, like we just saw from Jaron, definitely helps. Kind of puts you already over the net.
What I'm going to say about Jaron, though, Jaron, you'll notice, stays very low. Look at his shoulders and tell them. And that's where you and I might miss that opportunity to be that tall when we want to. But Jaron stays lower than probably you and I both while we're playing.
How does that help him?
I think it helps him get some of that topspin that he's looking for, because he's always coming from underneath the ball to get over it. If he's standing upright, I think that's something he's well known for, is staying low, having the paddle up, being ready. There's that power backhand.
Yeah, it almost seems to come out of nowhere. Yeah.
It's really a flick.
And his timing with it is great too. He's not over aggressive with it.
Where he gets that from is Jaron is a well-known table tennis player, so that's where all that comes from. So yeah, he plays.
Have you played him?
No, I couldn't hold a candle to that, but
well we have a couple of table tennis.
Do you?
I don't know, what do you call them? Tables.
Yep.
They're in the back, so maybe we can get him to play.
He's, as he's told me, he's played a lot of tournaments. Ooh, took one.
Bodied.
I think that's our first body back.
I think so. I'm not surprised they came up with Casey's paddle. It's a part of the game, and I think that. Oh my.
Psych.
Oh And he went right. He loaded back up for another Ernie. He whipped the first one and said, "I don't care. I'm going to load back up for a second." Didn't need it, thankfully. Connor was there, so.
But it is a distraction when you're on the other side of the net. What do I do now? You know, it's. Oh, there's that top spin.
Good coverage there by Connor. Oh, he was. It seemed like Nick may have read that. Put a really high IQ shot on the ball.
What do we got for a score?
10-8.
10-8.
Just out.
That's okay. 11-8. Switching sides, right?
Yep. This is the end change. Still a close game.
Yep.
It's very similar to the women's match, where it's hard to feel anybody really building too much momentum. I would say either one of these teams could take this match. But as of right now, the Vipers have the lead.
I don't see anything that's really hurting them. I think Jaron might want to, he's been jumping that kitchen and stuff. I think they've read into that a little bit, so he might just settle back into a little bit longer points. We'll see if we get some dink rallies going at all.
All right, 11-8 Vipers. We may have the score switch there for a little bit, but we got it fixed. Good hands.
Wow.
Yeah, he was loading up that backhand.
That came from nowhere. That was so low. When you're on the opposite side of the net from that, you can't even see it coming. So.
Just deep. They're
they might want to
all that talk about no momentum, and it definitely has changed a bit. I definitely see some momentum for the Vipers, and there we go. The Rampage needed it. I was just gonna say, if they don't get this ball back now, they're gonna possibly be in trouble.
I think what you're gonna see them try to do is avoid Casey a little bit more right now. I think just for a few points to get back on top.
Try to ice them out.
Yeah, and it's hard as heck to ice out Casey, but I think you'll see them just a little bit. Maybe not.
He's not playing with his mom, so.
No, he's not. No, he's not. I bet one more point and they'll be calling a timeout. 14-9.
5-point game, but it is rally scoring, so this can turn around quick. Connor put a ton of spin on that.
He certainly did.
4-point game.
Ball has so much top spin on it.
Right back to the Vipers.
Two nets. See if they can do a third.
Oh,
my.
That may have been the biggest Ernie low that I've ever seen. I mean, he kind of like double stepped it to it and then just missed hit it.
One of the deficits you have when you're playing Casey is he gets on an energy spurt. You really want to try to somehow stop that. And it may take a timeout to do that.
Yeah, they're going to need it.
You really can't let him go with this momentum.
Point game. I would say they need at least 2 here.
Come on. All right. Yep, there's that timeout we talked about. Yep, that's a good timeout.
Yeah.
Really, Casey's bouncing around.
If you are the Rampage, what are you talking about right now?
I think just realizing that we still have the freeze coming up as well, so we don't have to really be threatened terribly. This is only a that's not the right score, is it? No, sorry. I was going to say we're still not out of this, so.
No, this is this is the right score.
18-12. So I think we got to get it. We got to get a few points here. Close that gap a little bit, but we're. I think they're reacting to what Casey's throwing at him. He's throwing every bit of power he can, and it's like, no, we can. That's a really good play.
Good recover.
There we go. Let's go, guys.
Rampage did a good job of making sure that they capitalized.
Wow. 15-18. That's a huge 3 points right there.
It really is.
Yep. Let's see if they can get in more.
Deep return. What a speed up there by
call a timeout.
Connor.
Yep.
Put it in a great
4
spot
points,
too.
16-18. That's some really good play.
All right, while we are on this timeout, we're going to thank one of our sponsors, the Holly Campground. If you guys are looking for your next vacation with the kids, check out Holly Campground in Holly. They provide a camping. You guys should check them out. Go to their website, give them a call, book your next trip. So thank you, Holly Campground. All right, are the Rampage going to keep it going, or is this timeout going to disrupt their momentum?
Well, I think they got.
Vipers trying to get to a match point. They do it. And as Casey just screamed, one more. 2016.
Casey knows I have a little bit of a bias here. He says, so Jeff, you can cheer me on when I do hit a good shot. You know he's going to want to get into this play right here.
ATP defense. Finish it. They do.
Oh, my word.
What a point by Nick.
Is that a fitting point? I tell you what. Yeah.
Wow, that's huge for the Vipers.
Hang on just a second.
This is going to come down to mixed.
One and one.
1-1.
1-1. What a fitting ending point, though. That was very well defended.
What did you see out of the Vipers that lent itself to the victory that they got?
They never really hit anything short. They were driving the ball deep. Even when these guys were coming up to that, they were driving with confidence. I think that made a big difference. Even that shot that was a foot off the ground that Casey took up, you know, I mean, that you don't hit those shots tentative. You hit those shots with pure confidence, and I saw a lot of confidence in there. Even Nick, first time I watched him play, great job, Nick. Yeah.
All right, we're going to have mixed doubles next. It's 1-1, so no matter what, Jeff, this is going to come down to game number 4.
It is.
That's going to be the deciding factor.
Yep.
Just like the last match was. So overall, really entertaining playoff. Looking forward to seeing how these mixed teams do.
What's
I mean,
the
the
pairing?
pressure's got to be building now.
Do we know the pairings yet?
Yeah, it looks like Casey and Jess, and then Monica and I believe Connor.
Yep. I think that's probably what we'll do. Yep.
I was talking with Monica and Downey before their match had started, and I was just asking, what did you guys do to prep for today? And Downey said that they've been doing 2-a-days every day. I'm just kidding. Monica and Connor did just play in the tournament together, so my guess is they're going to keep that partnership, and they have good chemistry, so be looking for them to keep that going. All right, we're going to take a brief break here. Be right back.
What's your duper? What's your duper?
One, so two. Oh, good gosh. All right. Casey's serving 3-1. This first of our mixed doubles matches. Great deep serve. Four serving one. Unbelievable. Wow, what a great point. What a great point. Even two serving four. Off to a fast start here. Casey goes behind Connor on that one. Let's see if they change anything here. 6-2. All right. Unbelievable. Casey's just got an answer for almost everything here. Maybe not that. Maybe not that. Note to self. 3 serving 6. As I mentioned earlier, Casey told me I get to cheer for him when he does a great shot. That was a good shot. He looked over at me and said, we need to stop this momentum a little bit somehow. Might be time to call even an early timeout. That helps. Four, 8, still not out of reach by any means. Certainly want to slow down the pace though. 9-4. It's ready for an end change. 10-4. Wow. What a start. What a start. That's a demanding start right there. Oops.
All right, Jeff, thanks for holding the fort down.
Yeah.
I see some big energy by
exactly
by Casey, unsurprisingly.
11-4.
We lost track of score here.
11-4. We're up now.
You got it?
No, it's back up though.
All right, we can see the Rampage kind of in a team huddle over here.
Yep.
Trying to figure out how to turn this around.
The dilemma always is how can we neutralize Casey, if at all? He's got an answer for every shot. Even if some that point should have been over, he's got an answer. I think the biggest thing is as they get closer and closer to this game, getting closer to the end, trying to neutralize his energy, because that's what he's drawing off of. Just like that. That's something.
He just takes over that middle. There's no
in
open
the middle
space.
Doesn't solve the riddle with Casey.
No.
Not at all. No.
They're trying to return to Jess, and he's just taking it.
That was not a bad shot in a sense. You just missed it, but getting him to stay back just a little bit, go behind him once. You got to hit those.
Great backhand there by Connor.
Yep.
All right, 13-5. They need to put together some points here, or this is going to be a blowout. Let's see if they can do it.
Wow. Jeff.
Wow, Jess, that was a phenomenal point there. Her composure was really good. Vipers are dictating these points from the very beginning. (15-5).
Wow, that was a great serve.
Yeah, it was.
That was an awesome serve.
You could see the spin on it from here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And then it kicked out.
Jess is playing just as well as Case is right now.
She's playing phenomenal. Great on cue. Oh, they called out. Did you see it?
I couldn't see it.
The
bench was in my way, so.
To Jess's credit, she gave her own out call, too. So she kind of confirmed that for us.
Yeah.
Great backhander by Connor.
Okay.
Stepped over. Put some good power on it. All right. See if the Rampage can put some together.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it was there. Good try from Monica. I like that they kind of slowed down that point a little bit.
I think they're realizing they don't have a match for the power that's going out there for some reason. Good job, Monica.
Yeah. Oh, he recovered.
Unbelievable.
Oh, wow. I mean, from where that point looked like it was going to end to how it actually ended was a complete 180. I was just about to say, you do not want to give an overhead to Connor, and then Casey kind of said, well, I can handle it, and he did. And her down-the-line shot, that's the second or third one that I've seen. The Vipers looking venomous. How'd you like that?
That's really good. Oh, my gosh.
Ooh, I don't know. That may have caught.
They're contemplating a challenge here,
Casey's
but I
a
think it was
challenger.
out.
Okay. From here, it looked like it may have caught, but we also have kind of a tough angle.
Yep.
I get the score here, but I think this is game point.
Oh, my.
Just out.
Eight 20.
8-20. Vipers are on a freeze. All right, back on the Viper serve. If you are the Rampage, is there anything that you can do here to come away with something, even if it's not a win on this, but maybe momentum? Oh, maybe I asked you too late, because that's going to do it.
We could look for the next game, I guess.
That was about as dominant of a performance that I think that we've seen all season.
They came out so hot and never even slowed down. Not at all.
What was it? Was it, I mean, could you really just say it was all Casey? I don't think you can, because Jess played just as good.
No, Jess, I mean, it started off to be all him, but she had an answer for everything as well.
Yeah, that was quick, but I think the good news for the Rampage is that their next team of Jaren and Downey are really, really solid as well. So they can lean on them, hope for the best. Nick and Abelson here are going to do what they can to finish this, because they want to get to the championship match, which is coming up next against the Ann Arbor Arctics. We'll see what happens. What are your, we'll do this, Jeff. What are your predictions?
Well, this is no cakewalk. This is no cakewalk. You have a lefty, Abelson, as a lefty. Nick playing very well. I mean, you know, Casey's come out playing, dominated everything he's been about, but his partners have really performed excellent, you know. And so if they draw off some of that energy he's been bringing, it's going to be a tough match. This is going to be a really tough match. I think Downey, what's going to have to happen is Downey's going to have to come up with a little more power than she usually demonstrates. But I don't know. We saw Jaren being even aggressive when he played with when he played with Connor. So I think they're going to have to sit in and be there for a little longer points myself.
Abelson's a lefty too, so that's going to be a bit of a dynamic. I think you got two people with forehands down the middle. What do we like about? Well, let's do this, okay? Because I'm sitting here and I'm looking across court and I see the team flags up there on the wall. You got a favorite logo over there, Jeff?
Favorite logo? Like I said, I haven't followed well enough because it's been across the state, but I kind of like. I like the serious look on the face of the Ann Arbor Arctics as well as the Rampage. They
with
look
their
like
the polar bear versus the gorilla. Yeah,
and they got that look, right?
Yeah, they do.
They're like, we're coming to bring it. And,
the tropics are all party.
They're all happy, right?
Yeah.
They're not quite as happy today.
No, not
they
today.
They were after 2 games.
The season was good.
Yeah, they played well.
Let's talk this duper prediction information real quick. So we have a big win probability in favor of the Rampage.
Yeah, that is the biggest difference we've seen, I bet, in any match today.
Yeah, probably in terms of today's matches, it's one of the bigger ones. The duper predictions have been pretty on point, I would say. I mean, there may have been like one or two where it wasn't the case just because one of the players was carrying a lower duper than what their skill level actually was.
Okay.
But for the most part, they've been, especially as we've gotten the season further along, these players' dupers have been updated with their results. So they're becoming more and more accurate. And I think that this one, I would say that this is close to accurate. We'll see if I end up being right. I'm going to predict that we have the Rampage winning, not quite as big as that first mixed doubles match, but big. I'm going to say Vipers get 11 and the Rampage take it, 21-11.
I, for some reason, see this I see it closer than that.
Okay.
I see it maybe at least 15.
No, it really does. I mean,
does,
their points, especially if it ends up being close.
Yeah.
The nerves are going to be a real thing.
Yep.
Because their whole season, everything that they've worked for, all of the wins that they've had. I mean, they've come into this playoff with the 1 seed.
Yes.
I mean, they are the best team in this league so far in terms of record. And if they don't win this playoff, they go home with nothing. So they're playing for not only
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, bragging rights, but also a financial incentive as well. So it's going to be key for them to keep their composure. I mean, luckily you got Downey and Jaron out there who are about as composed as you possibly can get. So one thing too I like about Downey's game is she seems to have fun.
She does. Yep. She likes to have fun.
She enjoys herself out there.
I'm going to ask you another question.
Okay.
So let's say either one of our predictions comes true and the Rampage does win this match. We go to singles.
Yes, we do.
Give me a prediction. Give me some input to that.
So,
what do you say? What do you think the duper probability is going to be in a singles?
What's funny is I don't think we've gotten a duper probability for singles. I think it's tough because it's just the 4 points and it's hard to get the matchups. Yeah. But it would be interesting to see that. I think that if we get to a single showdown, number one, that's going to be awesome because it's our second playoff of the day, and the first one went to a single showdown. If the second one does as well, I mean that's icing on the cake. So that'd be really cool.
You're dodging my question.
It's tough because you have Casey. First of all,
what do you think the matchup's going to be? Connor's
going to go out first, I think, number one, and I'm sure Casey will. Yeah. So you got Connor, who may be the best singles player in the entire state, right? Maybe in the entire Great Lakes region.
And Casey, who covers
Casey, who may be the second best. So I mean, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
I think I'm most looking forward to just having fun, getting out there, playing some good pickleball, good competition. And we'll see how it goes. And hopefully,
there you go.
Good start by the Rampage.
There's some of that power that I was talking about. Just good, solid crisp shots by Downey.
Just short on that.
1-1.
Deep. All right. It's back and forth so far. Let's see if the Rampage can get a little bit of a run going.
One thing Jaron's really good at, he gets a high backhand ball. He will put it to your ankles so often. And that's to bring that ball down is hard a lot of times.
He's what, 6'5"? Yeah. Everything's down for him.
Is that Tootsie Roll? Oh, yes.
Oh, he did. Wow. Marksman.
A lot of topspin on that shot. Nick thought it was out for sure. That's that.
Great backhand. Good point construction these last two for the Rampage. Good eye there by Nick. Seeing it wide.
Some of the setup of those earlier shots was, everyone thinks that lefty, righty, and then forehands in the middle is always a positive, but it also leaves backhands to the outside. And both of those points were set up by going outside and then bringing it back.
We have a lob. Great job by the Vipers handling that. That was not a defensive lob. That was offensive. She did not need to do that, and It was a good one, but the Vipers handled it.
Five.
Yep. Just deep there.
It was just a communication issue right there in the middle.
Do you think that was that Downey's ball?
Yeah, Downey would have liked to have taken that. I think she looked at Jaren and said, I think I can get that next time. Or at least we'll communicate better. Oh, that ball didn't come up at all. Look at that. Oh, my word.
Great defense by Nick.
Oh, my gosh.
Get over. Oh.
Wow. What a point. What a point. Great job.
I mean, really good shots by Jaren, but I was almost more impressed by Nick's ability to get that ball back over.
Even that last one hit the net and then crawled out of bounds. It actually could have landed in.
Good spot.
Get up.
Great point. The Vipers are not letting the Rampage run away with anything.
Nope.
2-point lead. Rampage, I needed that. You could feel like
that was kind of a gift because Downey lifted that ball up higher than she wanted to.
Yeah. And you could feel the Vipers were ready to pull away with it. And get the ball right back with the point. They're 2 away from the end change victory here.
My guess, I was going to say earlier, but if they won that point, I think Jaren and them are going to win to 11 first. That'll be my prediction.
All right. So you think they're going to get the next 3?
I think they're maybe not the next 3, but they're going to be at 11 first.
All right. Let's see if you're right. So far, so good, Jeff.
That's my prediction.
Up a bit.
Okay.
Good off speed there by Nick, which I'm a big advocate of the off speed. I think that's going to be the next evolution of the game. It's going to be less about hand speed and more about mixing in the changeup.
Mix it in.
And as anybody could throw 100, right? But if you have a good changeup, it's the difference maker.
It's 10-10. See if my prediction comes true.
Well, Jeff, you have a bit of Nostradamus in you, my friend. That was a heck of a prediction.
And we're seeing a lot closer match than the Duper says.
It is closer.
I think we've seen evidence of that, though. Both these players have played very well on the court today. And Nick and his partner are putting it together very well.
Yeah, the Vipers only need to get 2 more points to prove me wrong. So I'm not feeling too good about myself. And I meant my prediction as no slight to the Vipers.
Not at all.
You know,
not at all.
They're really solid players.
All these teams. This is the first time I've come over here, and this is impressive. This is run very well.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. It is.
It's well attended.
The team format's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, Vipers have tied it up. Right back for the Rampage. And I'm looking at our scoreboard there, Jeff. It says that the Rampage are up 2-1, but it's actually the Vipers who are up 2-1 overall in the match.
Yes, I see that. Way to cover, Downey. That's excellent. There's some lower balls. I like this. This is Downey more what Downey's known for.
A grindy point.
Yeah.
Great finish by the Rampage.
Way to construct a point, though. That's what we talked about. Yeah, that longer point.
What'd you think of the lob there?
I love the lob. Yeah, I love that offensive lob. What I don't think she realized there, that lob to most people is a lot harder, but to a lefty, it actually came back with a little more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you're putting it over their opposite shoulder.
You're putting it over her forehand instead of the backhand.
Yeah.
So that could, if Downey continues to do that, I think that could be a problem, but it worked on that time. Is that lower?
The ball just didn't bounce the way that Downey thought it was going to there. 1 point game. Vipers are doing a great job of just hanging in there. I did not mean to jinx them on that, but as I was saying, they're doing a great job of making this a close match. They can smell the championship.
What a shot. We talked about Jaron earlier, how low he is on those shots. You notice that? He is all over that.
Yeah, he's constantly maintaining an athletic position. No. Colin Johns is squirming somewhere. Downey gave the slow roll of the ball back. She wants to make Nick feel that as much as they just did. I think we're at 50.
I thought it was 14-16.
All right. That's what I thought too.
Downey's doing a lot better job keeping that ball down. 16-14.
Good topspin on that ball by Nick. That seems to be a big thing when you get to this high of a level. Is not everything is just smash the ball as hard as you can. A lot of it is let's see what kind of spin I can put on the ball and get a point that way.
What topspin does is it keeps the ball from bouncing up.
Yep.
You know, I think that's and obviously coming off a flat paddle, it brings the ball up off of the paddle. So 17-15.
That two forehand up the middle thing is working for the Vipers. I would stay away from putting the ball down the middle. Ooh, that may have been going out.
Might have. It was a 17-17 game here. Wow.
All right. The Vipers are 4 away from a championship match. This is huge.
And they have the ball.
Get it back over. Oh, Nick was he was lying in wait and then murdered that ball.
On his knees.
Yeah.
On his knees. On his knees. Wow, good time for a timeout. I think that ball might have been out even. Yes, we can. Well,
both of our predictions were wrong.
yeah.
I'm
You might have
shocked.
misled me. You might have misled me just a little bit.
If I did, I apologize.
Yeah.
It's not over, though. I mean, I think
we
the
have
freeze,
the freeze, which comes into play.
Yeah.
Who's going to hit that 20 first? You know, you never know.
Yeah,
it's a matter of momentum. If somehow the Rampage can get the ball back here and get some momentum, you never know.
I mean, this would be shocking because I think you would have, if the Rampage do lose, then you would have the number 1 and the number 2 seed both falling, neither making the championship. All right, let's see. If the Rampage can get back, they do. That's huge.
18-18. This is where they need a couple points right now. They need to hit 20 before.
Donnie needs a good serve here. She's got one.
Good return. Good shot. That's trouble.
Phenomenal point construction. Started with the serve.
Yep.
You could hear Jaron's communication as well to Downey, and then he took over the middle. 19-18.
Uh-oh. Oh.
What a turnaround. That timeout was huge. This is game point to get us to the single showdown. Yeah, they've done it.
Wow.
Here we go, Jeff.
And we witnessed it here.
Another single
that's so
showdown,
good.
my man.
That's so good. Standing ovation.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Our second single showdown to see who's going to get to the championship match.
This is how it should be.
This is exactly. Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. You got to wonder if the Arctics are kind of floating around here watching, seeing who they're going to be matching up against.
I know the Rampage is like breathing deeply right now.
They are. I mean, that was a lot closer than what they wanted it to be.
It certainly was.
You gotta think that they were anticipating a single showdown, knowing that they had to take that one. But then it got right down to the wire.
It got quiet over here for a minute.
It did. So we.
Don't miss.
Absolutely.
Get them online. Absolutely.
All right, we'll be right back, guys.
Cool bean.
All right, Jeff.
This is going to get interesting. So the Rampage, they had to list their lineup first.
Okay.
And they went Connor.
Who we see out there now.
And then Monica next. And then Jaron. And then Downey. So I think I heard this right. We'll see. I'll wait. Oh, 1-1. I think Nick is going to be going up against Monica is what I thought I heard.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so.
Can't wait to see that.
These two have never been across the net from each other.
I mean, this is the matchup we were talking about,
This
right?
is it.
Who's going to take this
Exactly.
one?
Right now it's 2-1. Two to two. That's a split. Here we go. And that's right. Monica against Nick. This ought to be interesting.
Unreal.
This is cool.
If you guys are watching at home, this is entertainment right here.
The hair is standing up on my arms. Oh. All right.
Nick took the first point. With his shoes still untied, Jeff. Just deep. Monica may be trying to do a little bit too much. Let's see if she can get a split. Nice drop.
Oh, that was a great drop. That was a great shot.
What a smart shot, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring him forward.
Slowing it down.
Yep. Nice serve.
Oh.
I think she wanted to go down the line with that one. She changed her mind.
Overall,
yep,
pretty good. Impressed by Nick, too. I mean, it's got to be tough to go out there and have the pressure on because the expectation is, hey, don't lose this.
Another pairing here that I think, oh, my God.
Jess just continues her great day. Her drives have been completely on. That may have been deep. She played it.
So hard to call that out ball when you're playing singles. You know,
if Jaron can establish that kitchen line first, he should be able to take the rest of these. 4-6. He's kind of staying back, though.
He is.
There we go.
Oh, and it was out. Jaron doesn't play a lot of singles.
Okay.
So it's not his strongest game.
I wonder if that's why we saw what we did with Monica and Nick. Maybe help Jaron out. Jess with a great backhand. Wow. And she finishes in.
Wow. This is
that was great.
I can see Casey mentioning to move her. So we'll see how she does. This is
Downey.
One of my toughest. Oh, wow. Playing lefties in singles is definitely difficult. Downey doesn't like.
It is difficult. I've experienced that myself recently, and
she didn't make it look difficult there.
No. Oh yeah, she made it look like she does that every day.
Yeah. Oh no! Can't do that.
And that's so devastating with rally scoring too.
Yep, that's tough. But it's to 21, right? So, oh no.
One more, and then we'll have an end change.
Wow.
10-5.
Needs this point.
Oh, I think she got there too.
Wow. I think that one should have gone 4-0, to be honest. I think the way Downey took over that first point.
Yeah.
And then she just kind of lost that edge, whatever went on there.
We'll see if Connor can make this a little bit closer for his team. What a point.
Wow. Casey's got that energy.
Yeah, he is.
Yep.
He is pumped up.
Side
He
out.
saw Connor walking towards the ball, but decided he wanted to pick it up. That was going to be his ball and nobody else's.
Yeah, he knew it was a side change, so. 60 seconds.
I mean, he's out there ready to serve.
He is, too.
Like he's
Connor's not going to give him the.
No.
Not going to give him that.
Connor's a smart player. He's been in this position before.
And that's what he's saying right now is I got to take some of that energy off him.
Yep.
I can't let him bring that right back at me. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Point right back for the Rampage. Jaron's going to be looking to get the right back on his paddle, though. Or rather, Casey. And he does. Keeping it a 5-point game.
Yeah.
Big serve. Big return. Good read there by Casey. Knew that his drive on Connor's backhand side was going to set him up to crash.
I might even take a timeout right now to bring some of the energy down on the whole team. This is rolling right back into it.
I can feel that as well. It almost seems like we're getting close to it.
Monica does play some singles.
I'm surprised Nick's not coming up.
Oh,
There we go. I was going to say, I'm surprised Nick's not coming up, and then he did. All right, 14-7. This is getting to the point where the Vipers can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and the Rampage can see it as well, but for them, it's a train. Ooh, I don't know. Did that go in? Nick says no. Monica's not challenging, so we're going to trust that.
Wow.
They're getting closer, Jeff, to a championship
Need a point here.
bid. Really smart play there by Nick.
Yep, that was.
He controlled that from the very beginning.
I would definitely call a timeout just to stop this momentum.
17-7.
Well, it's not that usual they do that during singles, but I would. That's you, Jaron. That's you, Jaron. Like I said, he doesn't play it a lot, but if he can, like you said, get to the net, I think we could end up.
If they can get 4 here, they'll be 13-17. And that's going to be out because it was in the rafters.
Casey jokingly said it landed in.
17. My math was off, by the way. If you're watching at home wondering what I'm talking about, I'll correct it in just a moment.
That's great play, Jaron.
Good, deep,
That's
penetrating
really good
drives. All right, if you can get one more, it'll be a 6-point game. There. I can do basic addition and subtraction.
Uh-oh, that's out.
That's deep. Did he call it?
Oh, my word. That was clearly out.
I think he's second-guessing himself a little bit, but
Yeah.
nobody on his bench is really telling him it was out. Maybe we saw it over
Yeah,
here.
and I know that not supposed to be able to do that, so maybe they're honoring it.
2 points away, Jeff, and the Vipers are going to be moving on to the championship match.
This is tough.
It is within reach for them.
Wow.
1 point away. Everything that they've worked for all season long comes down to this one last point. Let's see if they can get it. Push it wide. Rampage
20.
have life. And the Vipers are on a freeze, so let's see if that inures to the Rampage's benefit.
That's good.
Great control there by Donnie. Way to finish that. 8-point difference. Back to Connor, the team captain of the Rampage.
This is tough. The freeze is on, though. This makes a difference. I don't know if it's going to make this big a difference.
Match point on the paddle of Casey. Exactly the way he wanted it, the way he scripted it all season long. Connor says, no, not yet.
Once again, Casey can't get a point here. He can just get the ball back. So
T-serve.
what a shot, Connor.
Wow.
Oh,
unreal.
My goodness.
That's what we were talking about earlier about
that
being
one right there.
the best singles player in the area.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Those were surgical shots.
What's it?
14, 26-point game. Wow. Did exactly as a captain should do. Put his team on his shoulders.
That is it.
Brought him back into it, and now it's a match. 5 points. This can go
15-20.
either way. But we do have that tricky matchup right now.
Yes.
Monica's really solid, but the last time these two were out there, Nick took, I think, all 4. She's got the kitchen line. Nick sneaks it by her.
Match point.
All right, here we go. This could be it, everybody. This could be the Vipers' whole season. Oh, and they've done it. They have done it. They have defied the odds. They've taken down the #1 team, and the Vipers are moving on to the championship against the Ann Arbor Arctics. I don't know if anybody would have guessed that we would have had the Arctics and the Vipers. They're both great teams, but they weren't the 1 and 2. The 1 and 2 have fallen. Unbelievable. What a match. 2 phenomenal playoff games so far today, Jeff.
I'm speechless.
I mean, this championship
speechless.
has a lot to live up to. I mean, some big shoes to fill. So
season 1. This is season 1, huh? Wow. I'm
exciting
impressed.
stuff.
So glad to have a chance to get out here and be on the mic with you. Definitely, this has been a
it's been really great. I mean, we've had some really high level pickleball. So I am really excited for the championship. That's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere, everybody. If you guys are in the area, get up here. You guys got to see this level of pickleball in person. This is crazy. This is
going to be intense.
I think the Arctics are over there, and they've just realized that it's over because they've been warming up, so now they know who they're going to play. All right, we're going to take a break here, everybody. Stay tuned. Got the championship match coming up in just a little bit, and we'll see you guys then.
We out.
All right, guys.
Ellie, this is what everybody's been playing for. This is the championship match, and I have a new partner in crime, the one and only Chris Walker. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing very well. It's a pleasure to be in the booth for the finals.
This is exciting. We're about to get started here. We're starting with men's doubles. That's interesting, because usually we see women's doubles start.
I don't know who won the call, who got the pick.
Start by the Arctics there. Let's get the score refreshed. We'll get the screen working. A blistering drive off the paddle of Ian, but just out.
The Vipers fight it off. Ooh.
Some net love. 2-2. Mariano serving. Battle. Hands battle won there by the Vipers.
Nice low drive there.
Yeah, it's 4-2 Vipers in our first game of the championship match. We'll see if they can keep this momentum going. What a spot there by Ian.
He snuck it right in there.
Wow, unbelievable. Like a billiards champion, just putting it corner pocket.
8-ball corner pocket.
Come on, hands.
The floor is lava.
Oh, yeah. Mariano finished it that time. Good battle.
Yeah, that's our third hands battle so far. They're coming out hot. Coming to play in the finals.
They need to. They need to bring it with everything that they got.
Ooh.
He punished that ball, but it went into the net.
Into the net, back to the Vipers. That ball sits up just a little too high.
Yeah, you can't leave it up for Ian and Mariano. They will put it away.
No, that's a no-go zone.
And there's the loop serve.
Yeah, I saw a whole bunch of that earlier.
You know what? I was talking to Ian in between the games here, and I was trying to figure out, like, what is it about his loop serve that is so difficult to deal with? You have faced it. You've actually been on the receiving end of it. In just a minute here, tell us why it's so hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Just out there by Mariano.
I didn't get it in doubles because Mariano was serving to me, but in singles, it just really kicks into you, so it's tough to come in off. Smart shot from Mariano there.
Great angles. All right. 6-7. What a serve. Ah, missed the third. 6-8. Nick serving for the Vipers.
And that return sails along.
6-9. Or 9-6, rather.
Ooh.
Keeping it close. We're gonna get the loop again, Chris.
Here it comes to the ceiling.
And he keeps it in every time.
Some more net love for the Arctics.
And they've tied it. Yeah, Ian's got a good tennis background. Played at Kalamazoo. So that's probably where he developed that too.
For sure.
They have taken the lead.
A big momentum change here. Let's see if they can get the switch.
Yep. How big is that to have the lead on the end change after this?
They're working. They're working. Where's the speed up coming? Here it is. Good solid pickleball. That was a big point for them. Yeah, back to the switch. It's not huge, but it's definitely just a good little momentum builder.
Great return.
And yeah, the momentum swung to the Arctics, and the Vipers pulled the last 2 points to get the switch here.
I think that as the seasons have changed from late winter, early spring, now into full-blown summer, the sun isn't really hitting those windows at all. But did you find at all a side that was easier to play on? I was playing on this court earlier in the week, and what I've noticed is the side that the wall is on seems to be more difficult to play on, at least for me. Did you see that at all?
Yeah. Explosive. Mariano came in hot, stayed hot, closed the point.
Yeah, stays aggressive but composed. That's when he is unstoppable.
Whew.
Wow. Ian's like, why'd you put that there, guys?
He got some nice snap on that overhead. Ooh, right on the line.
Oh. I thought Ian played an out ball there. Did you see that?
I couldn't tell.
It almost looked like the Vipers played one, and then Ian, to kind of return the favor, played one.
Hey, a little tit for tat.
Is that something? If that happens, let's say it's midpoint, right, and you know that your opponent has just played an out ball, does it get in your head at all?
If my opponent plays the out ball?
Yeah. And understand what I'm saying here, where you're almost like, do I owe them one now?
Oh, no chance. Not for me.
Not for you, right? No, you're an absolute killer out there.
I say thank you. Thank you.
Even in rec play?
Yeah, thanks for the help. Yeah, no, I'll say that a lot in rec play. You know, if you hit the out ball, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I do know that about you. I've played a few times with you, and I remember the thanks.
Lori, I'll throw in like a little help there.
All right, we'll confirm the score here, but I believe it's 13-12. I'm so wrong. It's 15-12.
Ooh.
Oh.
We call that a good miss. We call that a good miss right there.
I couldn't tell if it hit Ian, landed in, or landed out. I thought all three of those were potentials, and they went with the...
It landed out for sure.
Landed out and did not hit Ian, so...
Ooh.
16-13. That felt like a big point there for the Vipers. They were at risk of being down by, I think, 5. So being down 3 is much better than 5.
Absolutely, that's a big point there.
I do math every once in a while.
Oh, just wide. The Vipers have a little discussion. They're going to throw the challenge flag. They're throwing it out there.
Yeah. Nick really wanted that. He seemed pretty confident that that was in.
Yep.
So, you know, it is funny because you would assume that the person closest to the ball would have the best look on it, but I almost go with the person who hit the ball. They almost have the better eye for it because they can feel how it came off the paddle. They can kind of see where it was landing, and I'm going to say that the person who hit it is the more trustworthy of the two. What'd you see on that, Chris?
It's really tough to tell from this angle. We're looking all the way across the sideline there. So you know, when you're generally looking towards the ball there, it'll appear to look more in sometimes. But yeah, too tough for me to call from here.
So we are in our championship match. It's been a long season. Everybody's played really well. We've been talking a little bit, kind of flirting with the whole idea of an MVP, male and female. I last week named Shannon as my women's MVP. This week I've identified Connor as my possible male MVP. Do you have a female male MVP?
Well, you know, I'm a little biased. You know, Shannon's on the Tropics, so, you know, I'd love to throw the nod to her. But, I mean, she played great for us all year. Loved having her on the team. She came up huge for us in the Dream Breaker versus, the Vipers. Male, you know, Connor has played great here, but, you know, you kind of got to think of this championship match here and just kind of see how it plays out.
And on that note, that challenge was unconfirmable. So they went with the out call. The Vipers got the ball right back and have now gotten a second point. So they almost used that challenge as a timeout. It seemed to have reset their focus a little bit, and they were able to put up 2 points. Woo! So quick there by Mariano. I mean, he was loading up those forehands like it was his job.
Yeah, Casey came in hot, and Mariano stood his ground there. That was a nice battle.
Still a 2-point game.
This is a big point right here. The Vipers need it. Return stays in.
Any ball left up to Ian and Mariano is punished. That's got to put a lot of pressure on the Vipers.
Yeah, you can definitely feel a lot of pressure. Oh, Ian's abandoning the loop.
Yeah, that may have been the first one all day of the normal variety.
He had a couple in mixed earlier against us.
Okay.
But no, he had a little variety.
Still a 2-point game. I feel like I say that constantly. It just goes back and forth.
No one's pulled away in this one. Ooh.
Yeah. This is going to be game point. The Vipers do have the free, so if they can get the ball back, that's going to be good for them.
Yep, game point.
Great job there by the Arctics, taking game number 1 in this championship match. Do you think the Vipers are feeling any fatigue at all from that last match against the Rampage? I mean, they kind of rolled right into this. There wasn't too much of a break. The Ann Arbor Arctics have had, I think, a couple hours now after they took down your team, the Flint Tropics. Sorry for your loss, by the way.
I'm sorry as well.
So back to my question, though. Do you think that they're feeling any fatigue?
I mean, that was a long one. So both semifinals were long matches. So sometimes, I feel like the momentum, you have the momentum coming in. You just played. You're fresh. But, like you said, on the other side, sometimes, they did play a long battle. And, it's not only physically draining, it's like these matches are mental. Like it's a lot of mental strain, like to stay in there, to have the energy to be up the whole time. It takes a little bit of a toll, so there for sure could be some fatigue.
All right, let's talk about our women's doubles match here coming up. We have the Ann Arbor Arctics. Chris, tell me what you like about Renee and Chantel's games.
They have a lot of firepower. So yeah, you know, I think they make a nice team. Chantel is, you know, I think she really favors her backhand. She can really rip the two-y. Renee is, you know, super aggressive, has a strong forehand. So yeah, they can bring a lot of firepower. And then, you know, on the other side, you got the Vipers. You got the lefty-righty combos, Sophia and you know, Jessie. Sophia also has a lot of firepower in her game. She can get cooking.
Yeah, you saw her and Nick in that last game kind of taking over that middle, right? It was a completely shut down area of the court with the two forehands. So.
Yep. And then yeah, Jessie's got a great all-around game. You know, she brings a lot of firepower as well. A lot of energy out there. You can tell she's a competitor.
She was I would say my player of the game from that first playoff earlier today with the performance that she was able to display out there with Casey in the mixed doubles match. That was huge.
Yeah, I agree. Even in, you know, singles, I think she was, you know, a difference maker in that match for sure. Maybe semifinal MVP.
Could be. All right, we're going to take a short break here. But first, actually, we're going to talk about Duper predictions. I don't know about this one, Chris. It looks like they had the Vipers significantly higher in terms of probability than the Arctics. That probably is the result of maybe some lower than accurate dupers for the ladies over there on the Arctics. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think that either of the Arctics women have too many matches logged. You know, Chantel's definitely a newer player, and Renee's been around for a little bit. But she's kind of just been getting back into it. So I think that has a factor. You know, I'd say this is maybe closer to a coin flip.
Yeah. Yeah, Chantel, the tennis background that she has is pretty high level. I don't know if you know much about that, but
I don't know too much. I just know that she's got a good background, a little professional experience.
Yeah, I was gonna say I heard she was playing on tour a bit, so she's no joke. You can see it in her backhand too, and the way she moves around the court and reads the ball. That she's been here her whole life, you know, playing in a racket sport.
Yeah, even her composure, on the court, I noticed, you know, she was always composed, and you could tell, you know, she's got that experience competing.
Yeah, we just saw the duper there for Renee, lower than a 4.6, which is definitely lower than what her actual skill probably is, and it's just a question of playing the duper rated matches.
Yeah, you gotta put the work in, gotta get a lot of matches, and you gotta show consistent results.
All right, here's Chantel's duper, 5.199. Pretty good duper. Sophia close to that with a 5.062.
Yep, and I think that Jessie has the highest duper on the court right now. Hailing out of South Bend, Indiana. Yeah, 5.25 from the land of Notre Dame.
Is that where she went? Or is she just from there?
I actually don't know. I don't know if she went to Notre Dame or not. but that's where she's from.
All right, we're about to get started here.
Yeah, this is a must. I think a must win for the Vipers here. I would have said that men's match probably was for them. So the women need to step up here and give them a little help. And here we go, game 2 of the finals.
Yep. These players are starting to have that prize money in the back of their minds as they're competing.
They can taste it.
Yeah.
Now you see Chantel coming out hot with the 2E.
See a bit of a strategy session there, Chris. What do you think they're talking about?
I think they must have saw something that they liked in that point. Or didn't like. If I had to guess, maybe they're saying, don't hit it to Chantel's back end.
One. Good spot there for Jess. Vipers.
Return catches the line.
That also caught the line, and Sophia put it into the net as a result. All right, we're early on here, Chris, but do we have any Chris predictions?
That serve is on the line. They're paying lines right now.
That was going to land in, too, and I think Jess realized that a little bit too late.
No, I mean, I really don't have a prediction here. Kind of like I said earlier, I think this is going to be a battle all the way through.
I feel like you are evading my question a bit there. You got to give me a prediction. Who's taking just the women's doubles? I'm going to go with Ann Arbor. Probably a safe bet considering they're up, but.
Well, you know, I'd say from the start that's a good call. To keep things interesting, I'll take the Vipers.
All right. Chantel showing the backhand strength there that set up the point for her.
Yep, the Arctics are coming out with a lot of firepower.
That seemed to be the difference with the men's doubles too. Like their firepower and consistency.
And there's something you don't see too often is, you know, Chantel came over there to hit that third with her, you know, backhand.
They're on a little mini run here, up by 4.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're the Vipers, you do not want to go down 0-2 to start the championship match.
Well, it worked for the Arctics in the semifinal.
It's true. That is true, yeah.
So, yeah, you never know. But, yeah, no, it's not a good spot to be in. You definitely feel the pressure heading into mixed. But it's not over till it's over.
One of the things that we noticed too with Chantel is she has an interesting serve. She puts a bit of a
underspin?
Yeah, underspin's a good way to put it.
Yeah, she has kind of a little bit of a cutting motion.
It reminds me of Hurricane Tyra Black. Have you watched her game at all?
Yep, for sure.
She has a very similar serve.
Yeah, she comes under it just a little bit. It's like a scoop.
Yeah.
Ooh, slight confusion in the middle there.
Oh, I was going to say the ball skipped. You think that was a communication thing?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen Chantel come over a few times to hit the backhand there.
Yeah, her favorite shot.
And strong play there from Jessie.
All right, they've cut down the 4-point lead in half. It's now 6-4.
Good timeout from the Vipers.
Yep.
Big drive from Sophia.
Yeah, that was one of her better drives that I've seen.
Yeah, no, she can really get cooking. So if she can keep that forehand rolling, that's going to be good for the Vipers.
There's that backhand.
Ooh, the two-handed blob. That ball stays in.
Eight, 5. We'll see if they can keep it on their paddle for the end change. That would be quite. 6-8. Sophia serving.
Another big point for them. Keeping it tight.
Oh, she tried the old under spin herself.
And it worked.
It did. That's got to be kind of tricky coming off of lefty's paddle.
Absolutely.
Wow, I was going to say, I think she hit an out ball, and then it ended up working out for her.
Yeah, it's never fun when you sit there and you're like, it's out, and then you watch it just slowly drop in.
Great
wow,
drive.
great snag.
Oh, my goodness.
Great reflexes from Sophia.
That ball looked like it was afraid of Renee's paddle, and I swear it moved in midair.
I think it had a lot of spin from the net cord.
Yeah, she crushed that drive.
Yeah, underspin serve right to the forehand. Arctics fight off the firepower from the Vipers.
Good reset. I feel a lob coming here, Chris.
I think it's going to be a speed up.
Yeah, you're right. Good call.
You can tell the Vipers are working it. They're being patient. Good stuff from Jesse. Way to close on the high ball.
That's a really good point. Good smart shot there by Renee, right at the feet of Sophia, and they have taken the 11th point for the end change. All right, what do you see out of the Arctics that is going to need to either continue or change?
The Arctics got to keep staying aggressive. And I think the Vipers are really trying to slow the game down. They're trying to dink and wait for their opportunities. So yeah, I think it's going to be. I think that's the battle right there. Can the Arctics fire away, or can Detroit slow the game down?
So kind of two different things, right? For you want the Arctics to keep the foot on the gas, and you want the Vipers to try and slow things down.
Yep.
Okay. We'll see if they execute that. All right, 11-9. Renee serving. That go in? It sure did.
Sure did.
Good drive. Yeah, she has a blistering forehand.
Yeah, she also has a great tennis background.
Yeah. She also was Kalamazoo, am I right?
Yep. Kazu represented well here in the Michigan Pickleball League Finals.
That's right. We have a really good tennis program.
There's Sophia with the big drive of her own. So yeah, I think the Vipers need to slow it down, but on the respect of that, I'd like to see Sophia keep ripping the ball.
Just out there. This has been a big momentum switch.
Yeah, you can see Jessie bringing the energy, and I think that's one of the X factors for Detroit if she can keep this up. Wow, she's on it.
Yeah, she was ready for that.
Yep.
I think Chantel kind of telegraphed that just a tiny bit. All right, so we've gone from a decent lead, not a big lead for the Arctics at the end change, to now a timeout. Being down. That's a big turnaround in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, for sure. Pickleball, is all about momentum, especially in this format. It can change very, very quickly. So yeah, you can definitely see the momentum. You can feel it on the court here. Jessie's fired up. Let's see if the timeout's going to neutralize or if the Vipers are going to keep it flowing.
Big point there for the Arctic.
So Sophia laughing it off there.
Yeah. It's like I hit the hard ones and I missed the easy one.
But, I'd say there, good timeout. Good timeout.
Yep. She was all over that and missed it. All right, here's a question for you, Chris. How much of the timeout are you using for strategy versus just kind of taking a breath or rallying the troops? Is it? Wow, that's 2 in a row there.
2 in a row to the fence.
She hit the same bowl twice.
Usually it's just kind of stopping the momentum and rallying the troops. Sometimes you can discuss a little strategy.
Nothing too technical though.
It depends. If you got somebody watching, you got a friend, you got a coach in this situation. You got your bench. So you might get a pointer where they see something. But I know for us it was just kind of momentum stops. Nice drop there.
This is the biggest lead I think that we've had all game. 4 points, not a huge lead, but it feels big compared to how close this has been.
Yep. This point is going to be crucial.
Yeah, and there's been several unforced errors right in a row by the Arctics. They're going to need to clean that up. Let's see if they can. They do. Get the ball back and the point. That's huge.
Yep, solid point. 5 point, lead versus now just the 3. So that was a big point for them.
Yep. Great shot there by Chantel putting that in the middle.
Drive 3, drive 5, drive 7. Don't stop.
She does not need to mix in a drop.
No, those were all great. I mean, I think every ball sat up. It was in good controlled aggression. I like it.
Yeah, that was, you could tell she had a plan there, and it worked.
Tough.
Yeah, but that was a good run. I mean, they turned things around. It was looking bleak there, and it is not looking so bad anymore.
Let's see if Detroit can punch back here. Nice close from Sophia with the 2E. Big point for the Vipers.
They needed that. Let's see if we get another big drive out of Renee.
I'll bet you they do.
Or serve. Yeah, deep. Right on the line.
Right behind the line. Coast to coast here in the finals.
Back to the kitchen.
Ooh.
What a point.
Sweet point. Good hands battle.
Point of the game so far.
Dude, what a grab by Renee down low there.
Underspin.
Solid from Sophia.
We got game point. We do. Missed the third. That hurts on game point.
For sure.
Because they're now in the freeze.
But this is the point that matters. If they can get the ball back, not too much damage done.
And they cannot.
Likewise, now you see tie game for the Arctics.
And a timeout now by the Vipers. This is just momentum, back and forth, switching sides.
Yes, it's been a very back and forth. No teams pulled ahead by a ton, just a little bit here, a little bit there. Jab, jab, punch back.
Do we have a Chris prediction yet? Having seen now almost a full game, who's going to come away with this one?
Well, I'll keep my prediction with the Vipers. We'll throw a score in there, 24-22.
Okay. That's right. You did default Vipers because I went Arctics.
Yeah, we got a little friendly battle.
You're gonna stick with it. I'm actually going to switch. I'm going to go with the Vipers now.
Oh, we don't want you over here.
All right.
There we go.
The timeout seems to be working almost every single time.
It's good. It's tough to call sometimes, but it's definitely helpful just to give a little break of the momentum.
Backhand.
Yeah, nice drive from Sophia. We're into the kitchen. We're working. Wow.
Way to hang. Unbelievable. And they've done it.
Neutralized by Sophia there. I thought they were in big trouble. A little risky speed up. She was way off the line, but she stuck with it.
She kind of has, I would call it maybe a wry smile because I think she
knew.
She bailed herself out.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's just good heads up. Sometimes you're the first one to know when you hit a bad shot. Or not necessarily a bad shot, but a shot where you know I might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Mm-hmm.
And she knew, but she stuck with it. She stayed focused, and she was ready for it. And that was an absolutely huge win for the Detroit Vipers. Massive.
So that puts us at 1-1 in the championship match. This is anybody's game, or anybody's match, anybody's prize money to win.
We've had 2 single showdowns in both semifinals. I know you're not asking for predictions right now, but I'm going to throw it on out here that we're going to see a single showdown for the finals.
Just an embarrassment of riches here with pickleball talent and pickleball entertainment. We've had 2 playoff games so far today. Both have gone to single showdowns. If we get a third one in the championship, it's going to be tough to beat this inaugural season in later seasons to come because this is pretty exciting.
For sure. It's been a great start to the season finale of season 1, but we'll be back for season 2 bigger and better.
That's right. All right, so I asked this to Jeff. I asked this question to Jeff. We were sitting across from the logos. You yourself have put this whole thing together, including those great logos over there. Don't be too biased with this question, but which is your favorite?
I really do like the tropics.
You're so biased.
I like the little pineapple with the sunglasses.
I picked the first week. I said the tropics were my favorite, but maybe I said the loons.
You said the loons,
yeah,
if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I may have said the loons. There's something about the green and the black and the look that the loon is giving. I think it's just so cool.
No, I really like them all. I wanted to have good representation for each team. I like the Vipers a lot too.
The Vipers are cool. And the cool thing about what you did with them too is you kind of paid homage to some of the historical professional sports teams in the areas: Flint Tropics, Detroit Vipers, Ann Arbor Arctics. Not necessarily professional, but they've got a lot of youth programs that are in the whole, I don't even know, Arctic type characteristic. So, for example, the hockey teams out there, they play at the Ann Arbor Ice Cube, and a lot of the teams are like the Ann Arbor Ice Dogs or what have you. So it's kind of cool that you stuck with that. And the Grand Rapids Rampage, I mean, the colors, the look of the gorilla there is pretty frightening.
Yeah, I do like the gorilla.
Yeah,
I think a lot of feedback I get is favorite of the Rampage is one of the favorites.
Yeah, I can see that.
But I mean, the Arctic's polar bear.
Yeah, he's tough looking too.
Yeah,
I'd like to see a little bit of a fight between the Arctic's polar bear and the Grand Rapids Rampage.
They're all pretty tough, except for the pineapple.
You could probably have like AI generate some kind of simulated fight between the mascots. You're right. The pineapple would be the first out. He's not there to fight. He's there to party. He's got sunglasses on, a cheesy smile, but it fits. I mean, it's totally the.
All I need is a cool buzz and some tasty waves.
That's definitely him. All
That's,
right, we got mixed doubles coming up. Some duper predictions there, Chris. What do you think? Definitely, I would definitely give the advantage to Casey and Jess based on how well they played in their first playoff game earlier today. But I would not give them that big of a head start.
60-40, I'd probably say in favor of the Vipers.
Yeah, I think that's probably more accurate.
But no, I like the Vipers in this mixed match for sure.
Are you surprised that we're getting this matchup and not Ian and Renee? Or is this what you would do?
I don't know who reacted. So one at the start of each match at the coin toss, one team can elect to react or act to mixed. So I'm not sure who.
All right, let's say Ann Arbor picked. Are you surprised with Detroit's decision to send out Casey and Jess?
I would think that maybe if they were reacting, I would think that the Vipers would put Casey on last.
That's what I would think too. So then let me ask you this: if we both think that, then are you going to make the assumption that the Arctics reacted? And if so, are you surprised by the reaction? These are lawyer questions.
Yeah, I would think that the Arctics reacted, and no, I'm not surprised. I think in our match, the Arctics were reacting, so they put out Ian and Renee first, and that was a must-win match for them. We were up 2-0, so that's who they went with. So yeah, I would stick with that theory.
What are the keys here for the Arctics to neutralize Casey?
Well, you got to keep it away from Casey. He's going to take a lot of court.
That's proven to be almost impossible.
It's very difficult. You think that you feather a nice little ball over there away from him, and he's there. So you gotta mix that in with hitting a little bit behind him. If you just keep going, trying to go away from him, he's going to be very comfortable there. So you got to find that fine balance of, can I push him out wide? Can I push it back, back to the right side?
I think Mariano's going to need to play big here. But he had, in the first playoff match, he had given Chantal some of those middle shots, given how good her backhand is. I'd be curious to see if he does that again.
I think that's a good strategy for them. She's got a powerful backhand, and then that way Mariano is able to come in off of it. Start to the Vipers. Wow.
What an ATP.
It was tough to see from here. I was like when she was going, but she smoked that.
Zero. See if they can get a fourth. One, three. Big serve there by Mariano. Big drive and oh no, he got it back over, but then he finished. I was just about to say.
We're missing a score. Is it dead? All right.
It's the underspin.
Wow. And see, there you go. There's that backhand drive.
Man, that's got some.
Rifled.
You know what it is? The ball comes off heavy. However she's hitting it, it's heavy and it's fast.
She hit that one an inch over the net, and it's got a little bit of dip to it.
Ooh, corner pocket was open. She missed it.
But that's the pressure Casey puts on you. You know, you think it's easy to get it over there. It's not.
4-3, Jess serving. What did he get there?
Oh, she read that beautifully.
Yeah, she was sitting on it and hit it foul.
Just outside the first base line. Yeah, good night.
Oh, heads up, cameraman.
Casey gives him a little wave. Thanks for putting yourself in the line of danger and work here.
Yeah. He didn't even flinch. Good for him.
Jesus. Mr. Greg Root.
Doing a phenomenal job over there.
Seasoned veteran, not phased in the least.
I honestly would have been cowering.
Hopefully it comes on soon.
All right, 6-4. Just serving again. Not a lot of dinking in this one.
Firepower.
Yep.
Coming out hot.
5-6. Mariano serving. Big drive, big crash,
wow.
And a point.
Way to follow that drive up.
Yeah, he was a blur out there. That seemed to be a tough ball too to drive, and he was able to get it.
Is his right foot? You can, if you watch it back, you see how he got that right foot nice and planted.
What's the key? Why is that important in that shot?
I think when you're hitting a forehand, it's right foot. When you're hitting your backhand, it's left foot. And you know, I'm always telling myself, find your foot. You know, it's you recognize the ball, find your foot. Get your foot to the spot before the ball. When you have good balanced footwork, you find a lot of good things happen out there.
That is the case. All right.
Heads up, 7-up.
7-7.
That's one of my favorite things to say. It's 7-7 all. I don't know if you played that game in elementary school. Heads up, 7-up.
I did not. Maybe I did.
Dude,
maybe
I'm
just forgetting.
That's a classic.
What is the? Is it a card game? Big backhand drive. She had it open again. Just missed it.
It was a game where you'd have to put your head down and put your thumb up, and then somebody would come and put your thumb down, and you had to guess who it was.
Yeah. No, I do remember that.
They're working. They're working.
Yeah.
Casey loves it. He loves it. I think that's going to be a winning pattern right there for the Vipers.
Get to the kitchen line, force an error. Yeah, Mariano and Chantal can match the power of Casey and Jess. So,
wow,
man, that off pace worked.
Smooth, just good control to hit the spot. Excellent pickleball from Jesse. Ooh, I think that was an out ball. They'll take it. He knows it. Casey knows it. He says they'll take 2 for that.
They'll take 2, and they've taken the end change. So,
I have the scores.
Vipers on top.
11-9.
11-9. Either way, this is going to come down to the last mixed doubles game. And if you are Ian and Renee and Sophia and Nick, are you feeling nervous right now, knowing that it's going to come down to your game?
I would think so. When I'm sitting on the bench, I get a little nervous just watching, so it's like, but then, I feel a little more relaxed when I get on the court. But no, I think they're probably feeling it right now, and that it's, how can you handle that when you step onto the court? For me, it's bringing the energy.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. You are definitely the bring the energy guy, and you don't stop moving. I've noticed that about you. You don't sit down.
No, I get fired up, and
all right.
It kind of helps me turn the brain off.
Yeah, I can understand that. All right, 10-11. Chantal serving. Big backhand again. Mariano was there. He wants that back.
Just handled that really well. Closed really nicely on a low ball.
We're keeping it close.
Off the net, catches the line.
Ooh. That's a tough one.
A little net love, and it was just a slight hesitation on the Arctics. Are you going?
Yeah.
Am I going?
Yeah, you could hear the communication come in just a little bit late.
Nobody's going.
Yeah, I think that lands. Yeah.
Called out. Originally, the Vipers look at each other and say, you know what, it's good.
Yeah, I think that was the right call. Good sportsmanship. Oh.
Great composure from Casey there. Nice move from Mariano, trying to make a little something happen on the poach.
Do you think that's going to make him be hesitant going forward in the game?
No.
You're right.
I think that's how he likes to play. He's going to keep going there. Another ATP from Jess. Wow, there's
She's
2.
On fire today.
Yeah, she came to play. That's a big ATP there. She's racking up the stats. That's 2.
Now 15-13. It's a great job by Ann Arbor not to let the Vipers build too much momentum.
It's been very back and forth.
They both loaded up there. It was Mariano on his forehand and Chantal on her backhand.
Yeah, and sometimes that messes you up on that next shot there because you're just like a little thrown off and you're not quite as focused.
You can kind of see your partner out of the periphery. Good point there by Ann Arbor. (14-16). Mariano stepping into the middle, paid off there.
That was really aggressive on that. Yeah, that low ball right there.
How do you know as a player when to take over the middle like that? Backhands.
Wow. Solid from Casey.
Yeah, again, it's that off-speed controlled shot. Placement over power.
For sure.
So back to my question, while we have a timeout here taken by, was that taken by the Vipers?
I don't know. I would think it would have been the Arctics, but you do see offensive timeouts sometimes.
Yeah. Well, and it's a close game, and I would have thought that if the Arctics were going to call it, they would have waited until maybe 19, which they've done in the past. So back to my question, though. We saw on that point Mariano taking over the middle. What is it that you see as a player that tells you, all right, this is going to be my point where I'm going to kind of dictate the kitchen line and poach some shots?
Well, I think Mariano's coming in with that mentality for the whole match.
Okay.
So
even before a ball's hit, he's got that in his mind.
Yeah, he's thinking, I want to be middle. I want to be big in the middle.
We'll see if he does it again coming up here. 17-15, Casey serving. Good return. Hit it out. That may have been an out ball. Tough to tell.
Yeah, it was high. It was hard to tell. Great pickup from Casey. Wow. And the Vipers are in, and they attack.
Did he just say, can you dig it?
Can you dig it? We can dig it. Solid defense from the Vipers there. Great backhands from Casey. It's great drive. Chantel handled it. He kept up the firepower. The Arctics down, game point. Let's take a little break here. Let's take a little break.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. That was a very quick 4 points for the Vipers.
Yeah, that's how it goes in pickleball. It's, I like to say it was close until it wasn't.
Who's got the serve here? I think it's Jess. So if Jess is serving to Chantal, where do you think she's going to return to?
I think Chantel's going to look to hit her two-handed backhand cross court back to Jess. If I was Jess, I might try to sneak a tee serve in here, right down the tee. Because you can tell she's favoring her backhand, so a lot of times you're serving out wide on her to try to get her to run around. So sometimes giving them the opposite of what they're expecting. We'll see what she does. Pretty middle.
She did try to get the serve over there, or the return rather.
Hey, Casey pulls it from down low.
Chantal was sitting on it, just couldn't execute.
I actually think she was a half step late there.
Was she? Okay. She was definitely a step off the kitchen line.
It was a low ball, so I think it was one of those where it's like you don't really quite expect it to get ripped there.
Yeah.
So yeah, good pull from Casey. I really like that, foot on the pedal when you have game point. I was actually just talking to somebody after our match earlier, and we were talking about what do you do on game point? How do you play it? And I think aggressive on go out there to win it.
All right, Nick and Sophia are coming out as the next mixed doubles pairing for the Vipers. And Chris, these two can take it for the Vipers. They can win season 1 of the Michigan Pickleball League. Think they have what it takes?
For sure. It's going to be no easy task. I think they're in a favorable situation where, the Vipers are up 2-1. So, if I were them, I would just say, hey, let's come out and let's play big. Like, we got nothing to lose here.
Any chance Nick's going to tie his shoes?
No chance.
No chance. Yeah, he's going shoes untied. I think it's working for him.
Yeah, the one lace maybe needs to be pulled a little bit. It's getting close to the ground there.
Yeah.
We got some insider information from the fans.
Strategy session. All right, we're going to take a short break here and we'll be back in just a minute for our final mixed doubles. Before we go, let's talk about Ian and Renee. They looked really solid earlier today. For them, do you think the pressure is more than it is for the Detroit Vipers?
For sure. It's a must-win. They have to win.
But if you're the Vipers, if you don't win, then you're facing that single showdown. You don't want to lose it for your team.
No, you don't, but it's like, you're at least not going home. You're at least not going home there.
That is true.
If the Arctics don't take this one, that's it. That's a wrap. It's winner take all. We got the Michigan Mega Bowl. I don't think you've seen the trophy yet, have you?
I have not.
It's over there. We'll go get it.
Is it by the wood thing?
I'll go grab it.
Oh man, we're gonna get a sneak peek here, everybody. This is special stuff. Yeah. All right, here we go. Final mixed match. Super predictions showing the Arctics taking this one. The Arctics are hoping that is right because they need the win to avoid going home with nothing. Good start. Got the first point. All right, 1-1. All right, we're gonna see if we can get the truck to give us a shot here in the booth of Chris and I, because we have something to show the people at home. Whenever you get a chance there, it's 2-1. Great play there
Big shot from Sophia.
All right, Chris.
Oh, here we go.
All right, everybody at home. This is the trophy for season 1 of the Michigan Pickleball League. That is sharp looking.
It's kind of tough to see. Didn't really want to put the fingerprints on it. But we got the Michigan Mega Bowl.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
She's a beaut. She's a beaut. So what's on the line?
Be drinking some champagne out of the top of that, whoever wins this.
For sure, we're taking shots. Jaeger bombs.
Viper's looking really strong here to start. 4-3. All right. If I'm Ann Arbor, I'm going to want to just go pedal to the metal this entire time. I'm going to want to take the end change. I want to force timeouts. I don't even want to make this close because if we get to a single showdown, I want all the momentum.
For sure.
Looking good for the Arctics. Ian's loop.
Almost touches the rafters. I mean, that's got to be an inch.
And then he comes in with just the best backhand you've ever seen.
Yeah, the serve sets it up. I mean, it is tough. I mean, he literally was an inch from the ceiling. That ball's just out.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if he was going to call it out or not. There's some good bend on it. All right, 5-7. Great return.
Oh, nice ball from Nick.
All right, 8-6. We're going to get another loop here, Chris?
Oh,
yeah.
for sure.
Yep.
Not quite as high.
No. I call that the Mama Bear loop. They're keeping it close.
Wow.
Stepped into
That's
that
a tough shot from Nick. That little one-hand push there down the line. Really nice. Crazy eights. Strong overhead from Ian.
I think is Sophia wondering if that was out or not? Nah, she says good shot. Okay.
I thought it was in.
Yeah.
Ooh, clips the net, sails wide.
So tied 9-9.
So much for your runaway train theory.
I know.
I don't think we've really seen any runaway matches today.
No, the only one that got close was the mixed doubles match in the last playoff between the Rampage and Vipers. Casey and Jess took it to them. Good point there by Renee.
Yeah, you'd see a lot of people reset that ball, but she kept firing.
All right, so they've taken it on the end change. That's step one. Step two.
It's a mini
now,
victory.
It
mini
is.
victory.
Yeah. Step two is going to be to pile on some points and to not let up.
Keep it going. Keep it going. We want the first point. We want the first point.
It does seem to be key coming out of either a timeout or an end changes. Who's going to get that first point?
Yep, that's what I always like to say.
Yeah.
You can see Jess firing the Vipers up from the bench.
All right,
And here we go.
Big serve. Yep. Big backhand. Wow. It didn't end well for them, but Ian's court coverage on that was really impressive.
For sure, he made some really nice balls, and the Vipers did a great job to neutralize that. Oh, we got a bird alert. Oh, Nick was all over it, and it sails along. But yeah, for those who are watching, not sure, the Burt is when you Ernie on your partner's side.
Yep.
And so yeah, we got a bird alert.
What is happening here, Chris?
The confusion was if the ball had hit somebody on the court. The Arctics say it did not touch us and sailed long. Both parties agree, and we're off with a looping serve. Loop.
Like a loop. You know, it doesn't look like a lob. It comes off the paddle different. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, the loop. I think that's a great name.
No, thank you. I will be putting a trademark on that, so nobody take my term.
The loop, born in the Michigan Pickleball League.
The loop, TM. Ian may have something to say about that. I trademark his serve.
Well, he did it, but you came up with the coin. Renee slides, and you know that's why they played this format with Renee on the left, is she just can sit and slide on that forehand. I think that ball was sailing. Unfortunately, Sophia couldn't get out of the way.
No, it was for sure sailing. Yeah. Yeah, that pushed long. All right, we'll get the score correct in just a second. Still 16-12. Still trying to figure out how to describe that last point. I think that I wouldn't say Ian did not hit her on purpose. I think he just mishit
no chance.
it.
Yeah, no chance. Yeah. He was just trying to put that ball away.
All right, so they took the end change. They are keeping it going. Let's say hi to our buddy in the corner there, Greg.
We got Greg.
There he is.
Mr. Greg Root operating the camera. Straight out of Kalamazoo, in the corner, in the line of fire. The guy's a true warrior.
Travels well, doing a great job over there. Appreciate all the hard work.
Hey.
Hey, we can hear you guys. All right, 13-16 here.
Wow. Sophia gets jammed up, but she battles back with the two-E.
Oh, the ball wanted to go over, but was stopped by gravity. Was that a timeout debate there, do you think?
It was a little something. They decided to keep it going. Ooh, I thought for sure Sophia was going to fire that one. They're working. The match is getting close to the end. You can see. Oh, Nick comes over.
Great point,
and Renee battles through the whole point and finishes it.
All right, if you guys are at home and hear some feedback, we'll clean that up. A bit of an echo here. Not sure if you can hear it or not.
That ball sails.
All right, Chris. They are 3 away.
This is a big point here. Big loop.
Big backhand.
Followed up.
Wow, he got there.
Nice slide. Oh,
huge.
Robbed
Absolutely
by
huge.
the net
If
cord.
that was anybody other than Ian, I don't know if that ball's getting back over the net.
No, that was really nice.
His athleticism, the tennis slide is. I don't even know how to explain it besides saying it's so cool. I wish I could do it.
It's something that wasn't really around when I was playing tennis. I think like more of
The slide.
it's something that's a little newer.
You see it a lot on the clay court stuff.
Yeah,
right?
for
With
sure.
The clay court season having just kind of wrapped up a little bit. You saw it a lot over the summer.
But yeah, now it's on the hard. I mean, it's on the hard courts too. You see the guys, they slide on the hard court. You just saw Ian do it extremely well. You got to kind of put the weight on the outside of your foot.
We're at 19-16. We'll confirm here in just a second. Yep, that's right.
19-16 on the paddle of the Arctics.
1 point away from being 1 point away. Ah, they didn't get it. All right, we'll see if the Vipers can keep the ball in their paddle and win themselves a championship. They themselves are 4 points away from $10,000.
And the Michigan Mega Bowl. Another Burt alert.
The athleticism that Ian is displaying is huge. I will say this: Nick got a paddle on that.
He almost got it.
Yeah, that was impressive. Ooh, did we get a foot fault?
From the replay, I looked like we didn't quite catch it. So we're going to be curious to see if we got this. And it's going to be out of angle on this one.
Let's see if they got another angle.
But the Vipers are challenging the foot fault.
Was it a called foot fault or the Vipers challenging a no call?
Challenging a no call.
Okay. Well, because that's big, because then if it's inconclusive.
Yeah, a call and the court will stand.
Yep.
There's no foot fault call, but the Vipers are challenging if there was a foot fault on Ian, on the Burt.
This is critical, one way or the other. Even if it's inconclusive, it's critical because we are so close here.
Yeah, we got a great crew in the truck. You can literally see the truck outside from where we're sitting. They're taking a peek at this and we'll relay back to the referee. Oh, this should probably be a good look here. He cleared it. Did he hit it on the takeoff?
Yeah, that was clean to me.
If we get a little more. Yeah, nice little shuffle.
I don't see any foot fault. It looked clean live, too.
Clean. Paddle doesn't touch the net or anything. It's going to be a good Burt. That's going to be a good Burt.
Second one of the game.
If my name was Dave Fleming, I'd probably be talking about Sesame Street right now. We got a great referee, Rob, out there making the calls. He's been with us all season.
So it was a no foot fault call. So he did not call a foot fault. Vipers were challenging the no call. We're incorrect because that was a clean Burt. As opposed to a dirty Burt.
To send it to a singles showdown.
Loop in the backhand. That's his combo.
It's the combo. We're working. Who's going to go? Oh, lob. Oh, just long.
Ian tracked it all the way down. The second that ball made contact with the ground, he was pumping his fist because he knows they just saved themselves some life on the possible championship. Good overall game, though. Vipers looked good in that mixed match. What do you think the difference was?
Well, again, it...
Besides the 4 points or whatever.
No, that was a close battle all the way. I think, Ian made some really nice plays, like that Burt for the last, that last one. So yeah, it just came down to a few different points there, and that's how we've seen a lot of these matches. It comes down to one or two swings.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are going to take the court here for a singles showdown, and I told you, Alex, at the start of mix that we would be seeing it.
You did. So this is unprecedented.
3 for 3.
Playoff Saturday is proving to be the most exciting pickleball that we've had all season.
If we were at Buffalo Wild Wings, we'd be saying send it into overtime.
What's so funny too is for the Arctics, I think that the singles showdown is actually going to work better for them. I think that they're less tired than the Vipers. They've had more of a break than the Vipers have. This has been a long match. This is now the second singles showdown right in a row for them. Let's see if there's any fatigue there, or if Ann Arbor is able to capitalize on maybe some fresher legs. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. This is the championship match of Season 1. It is our third singles showdown of the day, and this is going to decide who wins it all.
Who's taking home the 10 grand? Who's taking home the Michigan Mega Bowl? It's all coming up next.
One of these 4 players is going to be serving for $10,000 at some point here very soon. So don't go anywhere.
On the court alone. On the court alone.
Absolutely. I mean, it does not get better than this. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. right, everybody. Here we go. Championship match, single showdown. First up, we got Mariano against Casey. Recent medalist on the APP Tour in men's singles. Let's see if he can start out strong for his team. Just out.
A little net love there for Casey. And we are underway.
Yes, we are.
2-1 for the Vipers. Is it going to be a tie, or can Casey give the Vipers a slight lead after round 1? And we're even.
Actually, we got 2-1.
Oh, JK.
My bad on the score there.
JK.
JK, just kidding. Almost paid off. I think that threw off Casey's rhythm at first, but then Mariano just missed it the next one. Good start by the Vipers, 3-1.
Yeah, way to set the tone.
We're going to have some straight up.
Here comes the loop.
Yeah, you're right. Ooh, hit an out ball.
Yep. Doesn't matter.
Stayed with it.
Nick puts it away. He handled that serve really well.
Yeah, Nick was in a tough position in the last single showdown in the semifinal against the Rampage. He had to go against Monica, who's a very good player. A little bit of extra pressure for him. Did very well with that.
Ooh. Almost a full layout there.
Yeah, that was a great shot by Ian. Almost equaled by a great return, or a great get by Nick. 3-4. He's tied it, 4-4. That's huge. Really good stuff there by Ian.
Ian's fired up. Neutralized Detroit's lead. We're back to even.
Good deep drive there by Chantal. She gets to the kitchen line.
Oh, just pushed her wide there.
She was questioning her bench if she hit an out ball there. I think maybe she did, but that's okay. Way to hang in there. That was awesome.
Almost falls into her own bench, hangs on somehow. There's a lot of pressure from Jessie there.
Jess is shaking her head like, how the heck did she get that back over?
Wow.
That was phenomenal.
Fire it up back to the bench.
Yeah, nothing that Jess did wrong there. That was just some really good drives by Chantal. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think Jessie played great there. She hit a lot of great balls. I think she was actually in control of those points, and Chantal just came up with a couple of big shots. Let's see if Sophia can bring the Vipers back here.
That stays in.
Coast to coast.
Renee was there. Good point by Sophia. 6-7, Chris. It's close.
I expect nothing else. That ball's wide. Back to the Arctics. 8-6. Uh-oh.
That does not count as a serve.
10 seconds since you called the score. She gets it off. Sophia puts it away.
Great read there by Sophia.
That was a tennis volley if I ever saw one.
Yeah, good time to come to the net, too, on that.
Yeah, good close from Sophia. Can she even this match?
She does.
She does. And again, if my name was Dave Fleming, I would say we have snowmen
in Michigan, which we do get.
Snowmen in June.
Yeah, just not in June. Although the what is it? The dogwood that's floating around looks like snow.
Yeah, the cottonwood.
Cottonwood.
Yeah, it's been crazy eights. Here we go.
Great point there by Mariano. Yeah, cottonwood is falling like snow in July outside, and it's 95. And here it's just as hot with a single showdown. Casey's pumped up, getting the ball back 9-9.
Casey with the emphatic point. 10-9, can he give his team the lead?
Great point.
And again, nobody is pulling ahead.
No.
And here we go to the moon. Oh
No.
no!
Kept it on the ground.
And it worked for him.
It did.
You know, Ian, I really would have appreciated if you would have gave me one of those, buddy.
It's pretty smart of him, though, to switch it up. You know, just as maybe he's reading that his opponent's kind of catching up to whatever magic the loop is pulling. He switches it up and gives them a...
Well, is he going to go back to the loop?
No. Yes, he is. You can tell the way he's lining up. No.
Nope.
Ah, I should have stuck with it. Would have sounded so smart. Ooh. That was a good idea there by Nick. He was going to drop that in. That would have been a really pretty shot. Just missed it on the execution. 12-10.
All right.
Ian's going to want to get one more here.
He drives it again.
Yeah.
He's abandoned the loop. Oh, and it worked for him.
Let's see if he can finish off Nick with a clean sweep. He does.
He does.
That's huge. That puts them 4 points closer to $10,000.
That's the biggest swing we've had so far.
And that's going to take a lot of pressure off of Chantal, and I think that that's going to be huge for her. Let's see if Jess gets some points back for her team. Really good combination there by Chantal.
If I were the Vipers, I'd be thinking timeout here. And
Yep.
Casey's on the same page.
Yeah,
Casey calls the timeout from the bench.
Right on cue there.
I mean, we said this before. It seems like, 5 points can be a big lead, but it's not. You're not safe yet.
No, especially with rally scoring. You miss a serve, you miss a third. It's point the other team. So we're 6 points away if you're the Ann Arbor Arctics. 11 points away if you're the Detroit Vipers. I'm gonna go prediction wise. I'm gonna say the Vipers are gonna make it a little bit closer, but Arctics are gonna pull away with this one and win us a championship. We'll see what happens.
Ooh.
Steep. 16-10.
You can feel the momentum on the Arctics. They're standing up, every single one of them.
5 points.
They can taste it.
So good. Ian and Chantal putting up clean sweeps for their teams. They are 3 points away from $10,000. Sophia's going to have to find a way to get some points for her team and stop this momentum train. All right, we see the Arctics huddling up, talking about keeping the momentum going. The Vipers are trying to find a way to stay positive. Things are looking rather bleak for them. This has got to just be 1 point at a time if you're the Vipers, right?
Yep, 1 point at a time. Momentum can change very quickly. This is a big point. 18 is pretty comfortable. Can you keep them from 19? Wow. That's the type of shot that can change things.
Yeah, she's stuck with that baseline to baseline chess match. Finish it off. Right back to Renee and the point. Still an 8-point lead. And 2 points away from the grand prize championship of season 1 of Michigan Pickleball League. One point away.
And here it goes. You said we're going to have
somebody with $10,000 on their paddle, and it's Renee. And the beautiful trophy. Let's see if she can do it. Great serve.
That's a great ball from Sophia.
She got it back.
Oh, she sticks with it.
Kudos to Renee staying with that.
Casey comes onto the court. He says, we're still here. We're still here.
That he is.
Oh.
Casey announcing to everybody within earshot that indeed was the 13th point. Just in case you're wondering.
Still here, he says again.
Staying positive, confident. Man, this is getting a little nervy for the Arctics.
Again, he says still here. And you can, I mean, it gets, when you're there, you can feel a little tight. Oh, he rips a serve off the line.
That stayed in. Good movement. That's exactly what Mariano needed.
That was a big point.
He can win it here. $10,000 on his serve.
The second player's paddle.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was out. It was in. Oh,
wow.
Casey's got it either way. And
unbelievable. This is going to go to a third Ann Arbor Arctic player with a potential $10,000 serve.
I want all four of them to know what it feels like.
It may happen. It's going to have to be more than four of them, though, if that does. All right. Ian Stern. Does he go with a $10,000 loop or $10,000 normal serve here?
He's going to normal serve.
You're right. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A foot fault win.
I believe
with an immediate
there's going to be a challenge.
All right, we got a bit of a muted celebration here. Assuming the foot fault stands, we have ourselves a champion, the Ann Arbor Arctics. Let's see what our truck finds. Man, you want to talk about some drama?
You can see it. It's like
Everybody's holding their breath. $10,000 football.
Here we go. This is not going to be it.
No. But we do get to see Casey celebrating in slow motion.
Slow motion for me.
I see handshakes. I don't think we have a call yet unless they saw it on the replay. They did. It was a foot fault. Hasn't been called yet, but everybody could see it on the replay. Just barely, too. What a match. Still waiting on that official call, but if it does stand, somebody's going to be getting some hardware. And it's going to be the Arctics. Here we go. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the championship. Came down to a singles showdown, back and forth. The momentum switching between the Vipers and the Arctics. But it was the Arctics that pulled away with it. And now they're going to get presented with the big $10,000 check and the beautiful trophy in our first season of the Michigan Pickleball League. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Stick around, watch the ceremony, and hear the after-match interviews.
presentation of the first place prize, $10,000 to the Ann Arbor Arctics. Showing the crowd. All right, Ian, as the captain of the team,
great. We kind of had a slow start to the season, but I mean, I was confident that we were going to pick it up by the playoffs, and it's really good.
Yes. To the team, how do you free, and now here you are sitting atop of the championship?
hard to do things on the fly.
All right, Mariano. Champion. What are you going to do with the prize money? Probably most improved player over the season. Your game really transformed and got better every single week. You know, can you speak to that a little bit?
Well, first, thank you so much. But I mean, like Chantal said, it's just like the most amazing team to play for, and it's been so much fun getting back into it. And I'm just proud of all of us for kind of just, you know, moving through each week and getting better every time. So I feel, you know, that's how I feel about myself too. You know, we did a good job as a team. So.
Well, that is most excellent. Before you go, does anybody want to say anything else?
Let's go Arctics.
All right, well, congratulations, Ann Arbor Arctics. From all of you watching at home, this concludes season 1 of the Michigan Pickleball League. But don't you worry, we'll be back bigger and better for season 2. Will the Arctics defend their championship? Find out. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you for everything.
It's my pleasure.
Thanks so much for
Missed
organizing.
football.
Yeah, sorry about that, but hey, we made the most out of it.
No, you guys did great.
so
You
much.
did very well.